like delicious, and then you're in pain, like severe pain, the rest of the way. So I ate the whole darn thing, but do I like it or not like it? Do I like it or hate it? I can't tell you to this day.
I'm confused. What pain of
the heat, the
too
burn,
spicy,
too spicy. But it was like the first bite was like, oh, it's so sweet, and the honey flavor with the pizza and the savory, the sweet and the savory. It's fantastic. But then it was really hot.
Okay,
which I'm not.
Maybe the ones I've had aren't as spicy as ones you've had. They're a little bit more that sweeter side. But I'm a fan of hot honey. I put it on my pasta the other day. Put on some pizza every once in a while.
Wow, pasta with hot honey.
Yeah, it's like a pesto thing, and I'd already had. It was like my fourth bowl of leftovers, and I was like, let me mix it up a little bit. Let me put some hot honey on it. But I have not run into the same issue as you, as the spicy being an issue.
Yeah, because then I made my wife try it, and she's like, "Yeah, that's hot." And then, being the jerk that I am, I made my 8-year-old try it. She was a little upset with me. She wasn't real happy. She was like, "Dad, you big jerk."
Are you punishing her? Did she
no,
cuss? You have to put soap in the mouth, some Tabasco in the mouth, and you're like, we're doing hot honey.
Like, if I'm going to suffer, she's going to suffer. And I'm the type of guy that if there's something really spicy, like I'll feed it to the dog just to see how the dog reacts. You know, if they're going to get real hot. And normally what a dog will do is they'll just kind of lick continually. Yeah. So, that was my experience at Toy Story 5. We got so this is a weird day. It's a holiday, kind of.
For us.
It's a holiday for us, so we get to work. Well, you're kind of a quasi thing, right? Because you're going to big time tomorrow. You're going to make me host tomorrow by myself.
I might end up being here. It depends. I was supposed to go camping, but there's been some fires and evacuations out in the mountains. So
where were you going to go camping?
Out by Leadville.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But yes, they are getting the brunt of that. The fires or whatnot. So me and my group that we're going with have been Googling all morning. So we'll see. But there's a chance I will be here tomorrow with you.
Okay, well that'll be great. I'd love to have you. So yeah, it's July 2nd. Normally you could say, well, 4th of July is on a weekend, so we'll give you the Friday off. But now we're like Thursday and Friday.
Well, you know why we have it, right?
No.
Oh, okay, well, this is going down the rabbit hole here. It's because the company that owns us, Bonneville, is based in Salt Lake City, and they have this holiday called Pioneer Day.
Oh, okay.
So since the Salt Lake City branch gets Pioneer Day, all the other branches, us, Sacramento, Seattle, Phoenix, we have a floating holiday, and Denver decides to use it around July 4th.
Well, fantastic. I like it. I'm not complaining. It gets me on the airwaves here. So I love filling in for Dover and Cecil. I know you had some ideas about, because we do this. We talk about, especially when I'm on, we talk about food.
Do you?
Really? Yeah, I don't know if you ever heard.
I hadn't noticed.
So,
I
favorite, what was your idea?
Meats.
Three favorite July 4th
Yes, we're going to do
foods?
a July 4th draft. It'll be 3 foods, and then for your 4th pick, you can either do dessert or drink.
Dessert or a drink, like alcoholic drink or just any drink?
Up to you.
Like
Whatever you want to.
Okay.
You do lemonade. You got some great alcohol recipe. You could do, for the meal, you could do sides. You could do 3 main foods. Just kind of build your perfect 4th of July plate.
Okay. Are you going to start us off?
Oh, do you want to do that now?
Well, when are we going to do it? We're starting the show. Like, if you're going to want the feedback on the either RamosLaw.com text line throughout the show or the Champ Honda YouTube chat.
Or should we just do the first round right now?
Don't we want to kick it off
Well, you don't
now?
have headphones on. That's my only concern.
Okay.
Joe was also going to draft. So let's save it for later in the show. Maybe we can get some pre-ideas on the text line or the YouTube chat there. But yes, build your perfect 4th of July plate. What is your main food, maybe 2 sides, and then either that dessert or that drink.
All right, listeners, get in the mix on that.
Not listeners, the tribe.
The
We're
tribe.
on Dover and Cecil.
That is
today,
correct.
Dan.
Get in, tribe members.
I will die
get
on
in
this
there.
hill.
By the way, I think I'm really officially in the tribe now because I came on the air, and you hear one thing from the listeners. You're like, maybe they're stirring the pot. I heard it from multiple sources that one Cecil Lammy stealing my MO, stealing my mojo, literally just swiping my signature move and taking it for his own.
What would this signature move be?
Which is, hey, I love working with you guys. I love listening to you guys on the drive. I love listening to Dover and Cecil. I love listening to the morning show. The only thing is, if you want to know what you guys will be talking about as big timers during the week, what do we say?
It was on the Dan Jacobs show, 3 weeks?
Yeah, you
before
listen
that?
to the Dan Jacobs show today so you can hear the drive in the future or whatever. Apparently, Mr. Cecil Lammy is now just trying to swipe that and claim it as his own.
Oh, so he's the one. So is he 3 weeks ahead of the Dan Jacobs show? So is he like 6 weeks ahead of the Drive in the morning show?
Well, you never know exactly, but yeah, apparently he's just saying, hey, if you want to know what they'll be talking about on other shows in the future, just listen to Dover and Cecil today, which that's a big no-no. You can't just swipe that.
Did you trademark it?
Yes. I have a trademark with the United States Trademark Office, patent filing number 67148. And so I just, it's bad form.
Well, maybe he's going to sue you for it. Do you know any good lawyers?
I don't think so.
Because I don't, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh! Yeah. So, by the way, the weekend has started. We have Dan. Did you bring enough barbecue for the whole class? I brought you guys barbecue before.
Oh, yeah.
Not today. Not today.
When you started that sentence, I thought it was today. I was going to be very excited. But no, you've brought me some great brisket in the past. You brought me a whole big Tupperware of it.
Yeah, I have a very daunting challenge because I have to cook 20 briskets for the best free meal in Denver. Like some guy, Barbecue Bob, donated. It's got to be $2,000 or $3,000 worth of brisket.
Wow!
But there's 20 of them. That's and each brisket's 15 to 20 pounds. So I've got to cook all that and get it ready for like one day. That's a pretty daunting task. Have you ever done one brisket? Either one of you? I can't really hear what Joe's saying, but have you ever done a brisket?
I have not. I'm not the best on the grill. I'll do some steaks, some brats, some wings here and there, but I don't burgers. Obviously, I don't venture out too much on my my grilling experiences.
Dude, you're getting a little bit old. I mean, you're pushing 30. You can get away with this in your 20s, like, oh, I don't know how to do that, but come on, man, come on. You gotta step.
Maybe I'll have you show me one of these days.
Yeah, absolutely. Or we talk about your man Zach By with his unicorn ribs. We call them the unicorn ribs because, as Brandon Stokely says, everybody's heard about how great Zach By's ribs are, but nobody's ever seen them.
That is a good point. He has never brought in barbecue for the drive.
What do you mean? Like, you've been working with him for a while now, like a year or so?
3 years, probably.
3 years.
I've been doing the drive for a year and a half, and then I did him and Stokely's show. For like another year.
Where's the ribs?
That's a great point.
Where's the ribs? All right. So, by the way, so next segment we got to get to this. We've in large part because Zach lost his mind yesterday on this, and you were on the show as well on the drive. Losing his mind over LeBron James and the odds of him coming to Denver. Things seem to have cooled considerably. Let's get into that next. It's Dante, Dan, and Joe filling in for Cecil and Dover here on The Fan.
The countdown is on. Broncos training camp is less than a month away. Rookies report July 22nd. Veterans hit Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit on the 28th. Bo Nix is expected back at full speed. Sean Payton skipping joint practices to maximize every rep. And it all builds toward a season opener on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. From camp battles to kickoff, Denver Sports has you covered. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
We expect our information in real time. U.S. Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. U.S. Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes don't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, it starts to wear on you. Here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and I lost 30 pounds in just 7 weeks. It was easy, and I've kept the weight off.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation. Call and start to feel confident again. Go to coloradofatloss.com. That's coloradofatloss.com. Results may vary.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
The best appliance deals this 4th of July are at Mountain High Appliances Clearance Center. Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder. Visit our clearance center and save up to 70% on discontinued floor model and scratch and dent appliances from brands like Bosch, GE, Sub-Zero, Genair, and many more. Inventory changes daily. Come see what's new. You can even shop our clearance center online. The Mountain High Appliance Clearance Center, where smart shoppers save every day.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In Today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Running here today. By the way, we did get texter on the RamosLaw.com text line. This one's going to be hard to beat. It's probably what I would have gone with. It was brisket. No, I've lost it. I tell you what, it was brisket, mac and cheese, a blue moon, and I think baked beans. Now, the Dan Jacobs baked bean. Yeah, here it is. I'd go with beef brisket, mac and cheese, and baked beans, and a blue moon. Now, you're talking about the Dan Jacobs adult baked beans? Because I've given that recipe out a few times. Some guy was asking me for it on the Champ Honda YouTube chat line last weekend. But that's a pretty solid 4th of July mix. Beef brisket, mac and cheese, baked beans, and a blue moon.
Yeah, I could go with that. That I would be pretty happy if that was on my plate on Saturday.
Yeah, so that's good. It's a good start. Guys, get in the mix there. Also on the, make sure you log into the Champ Honda YouTube chat. Check us out on YouTube. Last time, people couldn't stop falling all over themselves about how handsome you are, Dante.
How handsome I am?
Yeah, they were like, oh, Dante's such a great-looking guy, this or that. So let's get into this LeBron thing. I'm listening to you, because
You sound so sad about this, LeBron, or just, I don't know what it is. You don't have the, there's not an excitement in your voice when you were saying this.
Because the first thing that comes to my mind is, do I want to have to deal with watching the way LeBron plays basketball for a year or two? Which is, the answer is no. Like, let's be honest. We've all hated watching LeBron for the last almost 20 years.
Yeah, but isn't that like hating him because he's on the other team, but when he's on your team, you're going to be a fan?
No, because there's certain players I like watching. I like watching Patrick Mahomes. I like watching Steph Curry. There are players I enjoy watching. Now, do I enjoy watching LeBron and SGA? Not particularly, because it's bad basketball, and it's, yeah, they find a way to win or whatever. But let's be honest, no Nugget fan in history, basically, hyperbole, was like, oh, I love LeBron. I wish he played for us. Or it's consistent. The way LeBron, and this is why I never really respected him as a player, they've kind of done this thing where they changed the game for him, not just him, but for his league of players. which has been mind-boggling to me. They changed the traveling rule, so now you can take 3 to 7 steps. And LeBron in particular he's just going to tuck the ball like a football and just run down the lane and either knock you over because he's so much bigger than you, or draw a foul.
Giannis basketball.
Yeah, well, a little. Giannis is a little different, but yeah. So I don't like it. Why would I want to watch that?
Because he's what some would call the GOAT, the best player of all time. He's won 4 rings.
Okay.
You're not.
So you want to see it?
I think he makes the Nuggets better. I don't think they're going to win a championship if he comes here, but I think the Nuggets have a much better opportunity to win a championship. Do you not agree with that? Do you not think
I don't know. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't.
Well, we saw last year they were a first-round exit to a bunch of backups. Do you think that happens if LeBron's on this team?
I don't think so, but I also didn't think there was any chance in heck it was going to happen this year. So does LeBron – I remember Chad telling me one time, this will be the one story that will give us hope. And I don't know if this has been consistent throughout his career or not, but young in their careers, it was Carmelo Anthony and LeBron James, and they were training for Team USA. And this was coming off a period, I think maybe in the previous Olympics, maybe the Team USA did not win, and they were kind of embarrassed. And the way I remember Chad Andrus telling me the story is LeBron basically whipped all those guys into shape. Like, it was like Carmelo, who was a Nugget at the time, could barely keep up. And so there was a great leadership factor in LeBron and getting the team tougher and more interested, more vested, and things like that. Almost like a Kobe or a Michael type situation. If he's still got that, well, that can't hurt, right? And I looked at his stats, and yeah, he averaged. I was like, well, how much does he play now? He averages, or he plays more than 30 minutes a game, and I think he averaged 26 points a game. So he hasn't fallen off that much. I think he was the third option until those guys went down last year late in the season, Luka and Reeves. So he certainly would have a role and this and that. I just, unless he changes the fundamental culture of the team and he's not selfish and he just goes all in to win a championship, I guess that could happen, but do I have any certainty that's going to happen? I don't. What are your thoughts on it?
Are you worried that Christian Brown is going to lose his role as the vocal leader of the team? That LeBron James is going to fill that void. Our guy Christian Brown might.
Yes, it certainly could happen.
I don't know what he's going to do if he's not the vocal leader, because he didn't really bring a whole lot to this team in the playoffs last year besides that.
Right. Now, here's the other facet.
But no, to be honest, I do think LeBron would be the alpha in the locker room. It's not Nikola Jokic does not have that presence typically. Jamal Murray typically does not have that presence. David Adelman doesn't have that presence either. So there is a little bit of a void in terms of leadership, in terms of being that alpha. I think Aaron Gordon steps into that role when he's healthy, but
Aaron Gordon here?
Well, that's the point. He's missed a lot of games. He might get traded this offseason. I think this team does need some leadership that LeBron could bring.
This is what first off, let's go back to the odds. So I'm listening to you guys, and all of a sudden it was breaking news live on the air, and Zach saw the odds on like DraftKings, which had started the day, at 20? The Nuggets odds to land LeBron.
I believe it went from 70-1 to 25-1, all the way down to 5-1.
To 5-1, which was very surprising, and you guys talked about it, and you guys basically talked about the rest of the show, and then today, of course, they were talking about it last show. So I went and looked. I said, well, how has it changed? Now, these are two very different things. They don't mean the same thing at all. But when I looked at, so I just typed in LeBron James odds to go for the next team, and the first thing that popped up, not that I have any experience with this, was Polymarket. And Polymarket now, the Nuggets are down to a 1%. So it has the Cavs at like 43%, and I think the Heat somewhere in the 30-some%. And then there was one more team, or no, maybe the Warriors were there. So it was basically Warriors, Cavs, and Heat, really the front runners by far. And then everybody after that, including the Nuggets, at 3% or less.
Well, the 76ers jumped the Nuggets. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not.
So even in betting odds, the Nuggets have moved from 4th to 5th now.
So then I texted Zach. I said, what's going on here? And he said, well, I don't know what you're looking at, but they've now dropped to about 12% on the same metric that Zach was looking at yesterday.
12-1. That doesn't necessarily mean 12%.
Yeah, 12-1. Yeah, so they've fallen again on that front. So it's fallen. The thing I'm worried about with the Nuggets is, so are they just normally the teams are. It's kind of like the Russell Wilson deal, right? Or the Michael Porter Jr. deal, which was in the works for a long time, and they finally were able to execute it. I'm not getting a vibe that they have anything like that lined up.
In terms of LeBron James?
Well, in terms of any major moves, all we've been talking about was for 2 or 3 weeks is they got to do this, they got to do that. And we heard about Jaylen Brown. Well, that's gone. Was that their move? Now, we did hear some stuff. Probably the Nuggets knew they weren't going to get him, so now they're leaking information saying, oh, that was overblown anyway. We had mild interest or whatever.
Well, they didn't want Jamal Murray mad that he was in trade conversations?
Well, he was. So the interesting thing is I just don't have any sense at all of what the Nuggets are going to do. But, of course, I had no sense at all. I don't think anybody did last year when the Nuggets had what we thought was a very nice offseason. They traded Michael Porter Jr. They added a lot of depth. They got a lot deeper, all that stuff. So maybe they're just going to surprise us, but I'm just a little bit worried.
No, it doesn't seem like they have a plan at the moment. It feels like they're kind of flying by the seat of their pants. So I don't know what the plan is because Jaylen Brown got traded. Walker Kessler in Utah got traded. All of these other trades have already happened. I don't know. Giannis got traded as well. I'll throw that in there. I don't know what the big splashy move could be that you're trading Jamal Murray for or
Right.
Aaron Gordon for or Cam Johnson for. At this point, it feels like the best option might be running it back. You bring back Peyton Watson, and you go into the luxury tax. And if you can get LeBron James, you get LeBron James, and you figure the rest out later.
Well, it's not just luxury tax. It's luxury tax, repeater tax, second apron tax. And
so you don't want them to be paying that repeater tax?
It's a good discussion that we'll probably get into it next segment. It's just weird all of a sudden because the weird thing is, and it's the same thing with the Jokic talk that they were talking about in the previous show. It's all people guessing because we hear nothing from the Nuggets. We hear nothing from Jokic. So we have absolutely no idea. And there's actually something to be said for that's a good thing if you're an organization. Loose lips sink ships, right?
Lusitania.
Right. Like George Payton was great at, and maybe still is, just he would make moves and you wouldn't have heard anything about it. So it's a good quality to have, but it leaves us to speculate. So to get into, and yes, let's talk about that next. Do I care what happens to Stan Kroenke's bottom line? I got to be honest, no. I just have a hard time seeing him setting close to $250 million on fire for a team that completely humiliated themselves in the playoffs last year. It makes zero sense to me if they run it back. So I know you asked me for my thoughts. Let's get my thoughts on that next, your thoughts on that next. But is it becoming more of a real possibility that they're just going to run this same team, humiliated, dog-whipped team, just run it back next year? It'll be fine. We'll talk about that next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040. I probably shouldn't say this because James may get mad at me, but we settled a case yesterday. We were able to give a nice client his money, and he said, Dan, it's my dream of mine to go have a beverage with you and James Merilatt. And I said, well, you better bring your wallet then because I know James isn't paying. You got to get a big kick out of that. But the truth is I love working with you fan listeners. It's been one of our great privileges for the last almost 4 years now. My lovely wife Kimberly and I started Jacob's Law to help people when they're in a moment where they don't know what to do, because a lot of people most of our clients have never been through a serious accident or an accident where they've been hurt at all. And so we love helping you guys out, and it's been really humbling the way that we get to meet so many of you fan listeners. Here's what we say. I hope you never need the number, but go ahead, save that number in your phone because accidents do happen, and you want to be prepared. When all that adrenaline is running through your veins, you don't know what to do, you'll have us right there on your phone. 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Most small business break-ins happen between 2 and 5 a.m. The owner finds out when they unlock the door at 7. Pull footage from a consumer system and you get a silhouette in a hoodie. Nothing identifiable. Vantage installs cameras that read a face in total darkness. And they don't stop at cameras. Access control, network, intercom, cabling, AV. One company, one number. Ready to invest in real security for your business or property? Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit business.vssicolorado.com today.
It's no secret that the checkout line feels a lot heavier. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, those double-digit interest rates are quietly draining your bank account. If that debt is starting to feel heavy, you're not alone. And if you're a homeowner, you've likely looked at your mortgage rate and thought, I can't touch that. With American Financing's Smart Equity Loan, you don't have to. It allows you to wipe out high-interest debt and lower your monthly overhead while keeping your primary mortgage intact. It's a surgical strike against debt. Unlike a fluctuating HELOC, the Smart Equity Loan is a fixed-rate loan, giving you a predictable monthly payment. At American Financing, there are never any upfront fees to find out what you qualify for. Guys, talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant today. Experts who are paid to help you save, not sell you more than you need. So call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is BALK, B-A-L-K. Text BALK to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's BALK to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Poor people do like paying taxes?
Well, oh, don't. Nobody pays. Technically, well, never mind. Moving
on.
No, we're moving on. But no, Stan Kroenke, I just have a heart because you asked, what if they just run it back as is?
Well, that was that was not the plan. I feel like even a couple days ago, it was major changes are coming. They're going to trade one of their big three earners in terms of Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, or I guess four, Cam Johnson. One of those four was going to be gone, or Peyton Watson was going to be gone. But then yesterday, everyone gets up in, all the hype of LeBron James coming here. It's like, oh, they're going to pay the repeater tax. They're going to run it back. They're going to bring everybody back. They're going to pay Peyton Watson. So it does feel like everyone's kind of on that train now of, oh, they are going to pay this repeater tax, this luxury tax, if LeBron comes.
So here's why I would not want here's why I would actually prefer them to slash and get under that. Because it's, if they get into the repeater, then they're stuck in the repeater again. They have to get under the luxury tax threshold, is my understanding, to clear the books. And then they get 4 more years, potentially, of not having to worry about the repeater tax. So when you say, aren't you okay with them running it back as is? And my answer is no, because there's just, other than hope, there's no evidence whatsoever that they're going to be anywhere remotely with the same team, which is not even the same team because Tim Hardaway Jr. is gone. There's absolutely no, even hope is really just wishful thinking, blind optimism, because I feel that once we get more further away from this playoff, we forget just how bad. I mean, it has to rank as one of the worst playoff humiliations in the history of the league. There was simply no excuse for it. It's inexplicable. So you're gonna spend an extra $250 million to bring this team that can't win, that mentally simply won't do the work to win, but we're going to set all that money on fire anyway, which means we'll also be in the repeater tax for seasons to come. So instead of just saying to ourselves, this didn't work, we tried, we put together a nice deep roster that we thought could win, it's not going to win, why would you run it back, Dante?
Well, if you have
Especially when there's
LeBron James,
implications.
at least you're going to have good pieces around him.
Well, okay, so that's what, like Zach was saying yesterday, LeBron changes the equation. You could at least see paying all that money.
Because they're going to make so much money if LeBron James comes here. I mean, ticket sales, jersey sales, the amount of media attention that's going to happen. This could be LeBron James's final season in the NBA. So we're talking about a full court press of media coverage, national television games, all the above. So I think the financial equation completely changes if LeBron James is here. I read something that the worth of LeBron James to a team any given season is over $100 million. And, the max amount of money he's ever made in a year from the basketball team is about $50 million. So he's still getting underpaid.
So how much are you saying again?
What his value is
What
to
his
a team?
value-
Hundreds of millions.
Hundreds of millions. Well, it'd have to be. Honestly, because if they go over the cap, they have to pay, call it $300 million just to get him here, right? Because they got to. What's he trying to get? Is he trying to get $50 million?
No. This is the reports are out there that this is the first time he is considering not taking the max. I would guess it would be anywhere from the minimum $3 million to around an exception of $15 million. That's what Shams and that's what the agent are saying.
I just
that
can't
he's
that.
the reporting from his agent Rich Paul was that he's prioritizing basketball happiness.
I've heard that song and dance before. LeBron playing for the minimum, particularly for the Nuggets. Like I could see that maybe even this would be a stretch, maybe to go to a team like the Warriors. But what I do know is when the rumors were really hot about him going to the Warriors, they were talking about having to clear out room to pay him.
Well, that's why people assume Draymond Green opted out of his contract so that they could pay LeBron and Draymond.
And it's not just a money thing; it's an ego thing. Right, it's like an ego thing for LeBron to play for a minimum. I just don't see him doing that. But even if he played for the minimum and you go deep into the second apron, that's still $200+ million that you got to recoup, right? And so it's just it's a tough sell for me. But your question to me was, well, what if they don't get him and they just run it back and just go on the tax anyway?
Well, that's keep going.
Well, so I'll just throw it back to you. Why would you do that for a team you know is not going to win?
And that's what I was going to add on, that I don't know that they would be paying that repeater tax if they run it back without LeBron James. I think a lot of people around Denver have been really skeptical about the KSE idea of going into that repeater tax.
But do you think it's a good idea?
Tax. I don't think it's a good idea. No, I think it's not my money, but if it was my money, I wouldn't think it's a good idea.
Right. With this current roster.
Yes, because they've shown that they're not going anywhere. They're not going to beat the top 2 to 3 teams in the Western Conference. So, no, I don't think I would be paying $200 million for a first-round exit, or if you get lucky, a second-round exit.
So there's so many layers to this because it's not – okay, it's one thing if they're over the NBA, I just don't understand. Like, how does the league benefit from this cockamamie?
Oh my God, it's such a mess.
Math?
I blame CJ McCollum. He was, I believe, the president of the Players Association during this last CBA negotiation where they started doing these first apron, the second apron, all of this madness, and now look how sad NBA free agency is. NBA free agency used to be considered better than the actual season itself. as 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago, it was like that. We're seeing Kevin Durant switch teams. We're seeing LeBron switch teams. It just was a madhouse every single time, and now it is so boring. Now the biggest one was Walker Kessler gets traded from Utah to the Lakers. That was the big one.
Well, just wait till the Nuggets get warmed up. But the point is,
I'm still waiting on that one.
Yeah, like the complexity of this thing is so. I don't even know how teams can do it. But with the Nuggets, there's so many layers. It's like, okay, well, they got to really avoid the second apron, but they really are going. All the rumor is that they got to find a way to get Payton Watson back. And then one time earlier this week, I heard Payton Watson, a $30 million a year player because he had a good 50 games.
That's what they're
45
saying.
Games.
They're saying he could command 28 to 30 mil. I would pay him more than I'd be paying Christian Brown. So I don't think that's that crazy. I'd rather get him at $22, $24 million, but there's a team that's out there that probably has money to spend. It's like, hey, Payton Watson looks pretty good for a little bit. He's young, he's athletic, he's long. He showed that he's improved offensively compared to what he was for his first 3 years in the NBA. Took on a much larger role with that. So I think there's flashes there, but he could very well turn into one of those guys that outperforms what he actually is in a contract year, gets that big payday, and then a team is stuck with that kind of contract.
Yeah, or he could underperform like Christian Brown.
Well, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he overperforms in the contract year.
Oh, okay.
Before he's set to get paid, because hey, if I go out and ball out like the Christian Browns, like in baseball, Anthony Rendon, baseball you see it a lot actually. But yeah, I think that it wouldn't surprise me if Payton Watson turns into a 10 points a game guy, not the guy that we saw in January.
Yeah, that is my biggest fear is, that the sample size of him actually playing well is so small. And I guess we haven't learned the lesson from Christian Brown. So the sample size is so small. We're talking about breaking the bank. But why hasn't anybody else signed him?
That's a good question.
If he's going to get $30 million, why aren't teams lined up?
Maybe teams were waiting for the dominoes to fall. The Jaylen Brown trade, maybe teams were in on that. I don't know exactly. But I am surprised that we have not heard a Payton Watson has agreed to an offer sheet with the LA Clippers, something like that, coming out. Because we are, 2 days into NBA free agency at this point? It feels like usually those bigger moves come earlier. I don't think teams are going to be having that $30 million available to them 2-3 weeks from now.
All right, coming up next, I was listening to Chad and John filling on the morning show, and they were talking about Nikola Jokic, and something popped into my brain, a sentimental thought, but it was kind of an epiphany. And you're either going to love it or you're going to think I'm the devil. So let's talk about that next.
Colton, Drury, and Nichushkin all gone. New faces are already in the fold, with the entire blue line back as well after a Western Conference final sweep that still stings. How will the Avs retool around McKinnon for another cup run? Every trade, every signing, every take. Denver Sports has you covered all summer long. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. I have known the Rocks team for years. They have serviced my own house. Right now, out-of-state private equity corporations are buying local HVAC companies, providing higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. When it comes to your heating and cooling needs, go with the local Colorado team I know and trust. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
All right, Broncos country, listen up. Philip Lindsay here. And for stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation for your airport transfers and more. They're dependable, they're professional, so you can focus on your vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Give them a call today at 303-577-7600, or you can visit them online at ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
AutoNation's July 4th sale means savings worth celebrating. Right now, drive new and used cars with zero down. Plus, make zero payments for 90 days. Thousands of vehicles, thousands in savings. Put zero down. Make zero payments till fall on all your favorite new vehicles. Don't miss out. Save now through July 4th weekend only. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation. Less stress, more go. 90 days to first payment on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details. Expires 7/5/26.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Tune in to Mile High Money.
My biggest goal is education. I come from a family of educators, and I want you to know the who, the what, the why, the when, the how.
Helping you achieve your ideal retirement.
The risk that you're taking, does that equal the return that you should be getting? And a lot of times, the answer is no.
Tune in to Mile High Money with Adam Moeller. Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
Summer in Colorado means more water use. Call Benjamin Franklin for water heaters, drains, water quality, and more. Available 24/7 with a satisfaction guarantee. Look at BenjaminFranklinDenver.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Biondino Law Firm.
One Wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
All right. Dante and Jacobs with Joe Goodwin riding. I guess he can't be riding shotgun. He could be backseat driving. Over
That he's in a little sidecar on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
I like that picture.
So filling in sidecar. Yeah, filling in for hanging with the tribe, filling in for Dover and Cecil with their well-deserved day off. On the Champ Honda YouTube line, Rowdy Stouty says grilled burger. This is for our barbecue draft, our food draft for the 4th of July holiday. Grilled burger, charcoal or Weber, of course, barbecue chips with corn on the cob, and then toss in a cold one in there. I was really proud of myself last night, gentlemen. I had some people over. And normally I kind of go crazy with the cooking and it just gets ridiculous and I spend all sorts of money and this and that. I just took some hamburger because I make a pretty good burger, right?
I would imagine
with
so.
The good cheddar. So I took some hamburger out and then I have these little cheesecake bites that look really fancy, but they're in the freezer. So other than I did go to Dion's and get because we have that.
Sanders?
Dion's Pizza, brother. Albuquerque's finest. Green chili on your pizza.
I haven't had it.
I'll have to get some.
I'll have to give it a go.
You would like it. Don't you guys have green chili in the desert?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you believe?
Yeah.
So anyway, I didn't go nuts. I made some really good, just basic grilled burgers with the cheese and the salt and pepper. The only thing I paid, I went and got some 2 liters, and I did pay for the big, it was $18 for the giant salad. So we had some sort of roughage, some sort of green food, and it was fantastic.
Is this a Lane Bennis big salad?
Bigger.
Ooh.
Yeah, bigger. Yeah,
Okay.
It was fantastic. So it was good. I was proud of myself.
You're proud of yourself because you didn't go all out after just patting yourself on the back.
Yes,
about
correct.
how you
It was
normally
big.
go all out and
Yes.
serve your guests so well.
It's a maturity, but it was still good. People still loved it. They said, "Wow, this is a good meal," and it just shows you don't have to always, be extravagant. Sometimes you can be like
less is more.
Sometimes you can be like Zach By and just serve ribs and potato salad at your barbecue. It's fine, Zach. It's fine.
Why?
All right. So listening to the morning show this morning, they were talking a lot about Nikola Jokic, and something hit me because they were speculating about, is he going to come here? Is he just going to retire? Is he going to go play in Europe? And I had a little bit of a sentimental moment thinking about Nikola Jokic, and then because somebody on the text line is like, Dan, you're being negative today. Is this negative or positive? I thought to myself, if the Nuggets don't do anything like we were talking about last segment, if they just try and run it back, the most likely outcome is he's never going to win a championship here, and it's going to end ugly, and it was a waste. And I felt in my sports fans' heart, you know what? I would be happier seeing Nikola Jokic going somewhere else, playing with Luka or whoever, where he gets to where he doesn't have to carry the load so much, and he could play basketball for him at his highest level and maybe win more championships and have more fun. And I just thought, I would rather see that than him finish his career in a Nuggets uniform just so we can say he was a Nugget, even though it was miserable for the last 3 or 4 years.
You love him so much that you'd rather see him be successful elsewhere than be successful here.
Yeah. What do you think?
Because
about
most
that?
likely he will not be championship successful again here in Denver. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think I can agree with the sentiment. I think I'd rather, even if it means he only gets 1 more ring and not 3 more rings like he probably deserves.
More rings.
All right, well, let's say he gets another Western Conference championship appearance or a finals appearance. I think I'd rather see him do that here than see him do that elsewhere. And maybe that's selfish of me, that I want to see Nikola Jokic, one of the best basketball players of all time, play basketball here in front of us. But it just feels right. It feels like he's a one-team guy, not one of those guys that's going to hop around. But I understand where you're coming from. I just disagree.
Yeah, well, of course, if they were going to have success, I want him to finish his career here. It's not trending that way.
It's not trending that way that they're going to be super successful here, but either way, I still think there's something to, even if you're Dirk Nowitzki, winning that 1 ring in Dallas, he will forever be a Dallas legend versus these other guys that kind of hop around.
Joe, you had a question?
So do you think he would be happier winning a championship elsewhere, or do you think he would be happier and more fulfilled doing even a little bit less, but doing it here in Denver in his, quote-unquote home away from home?
I obviously don't know him. My guess would be this has got to be hard because they are so dependent on him. He logs so many minutes. He takes all the heat, and they're just not getting it done. And it's got to be frustrating. In particular, I don't think anybody questioned Nikola's effort in the playoffs on defense a little bit, right? But we all believe he's doing everything he can for the most part, other than James. James thinks he needs to lose weight or whatever.
Defensively, he hasn't been great since the
Correct,
championship.
but he's doing so. I mean, the guy averages a triple-double for the most
We should
part.
all be upset.
For me, if I were that great in doing that much and working that hard to get such little poor results, when you know other players on your team like Jamal and Christian Brown just getting all these guys getting paid, and then they just don't show up in the playoffs at all. To me, that would be hard.
Oh, it'd be incredibly
year
frustrating.
after year after year. You're talking about another 4 or 5 years of that. So to answer your question, Joe, yeah, I know nobody's going to believe me when I say it. I think, yeah, he'd be happier playing with better teammates and winning and having a little more fun where not all of the load was on his shoulders. I could see that. Like, I could see him going I don't know. Like, I know, and like, for example, I trust Chad Andrus a lot. He's saying it's a 0% chance he would ever go to play with Luka. But can you imagine him playing with like a Luka and another guy and being, kind of dynamic offensively and just having fun? I would rather see a Nikola does not look like he has any fun right now. I'd rather him having fun, being loose, making plays, and just really enjoying it as opposed to slogging through here with this team that, again, was just, and this wasn't a first time, just humiliated, emasculated in the playoffs.
Well, there is a lot on his shoulders at this point, so I'm sure he'd love some help, like a real head coach that's not a first-time head coach, a real GM that's not co-GMs that are doing the job for the first time, a real sidekick on a max contract that's not Jamal Murray, who's going to disappear or be a roller coaster act throughout a regular season and a postseason, where it's like, hey, every once in a while he's going to go out and ball out, but 3 out of the 5 games it's going to be a little bit disappointing from him. So I get what you're saying, that there's a lot more that the Denver Nuggets organization could be doing for Nikola Jokic to make his job easier, but unfortunately, they've kind of let him down at this point.
Well, they definitely have. And so if it continues, does that make me a disloyal Nuggets fan, which I am a Nuggets fan, or does that make me a good Nikola Jokic fan? Joe, what do you think? You're a big fan, tailgater, you kind of live in the fan life. What do you think?
So you said, does that make you a bad fan if you want to see Jokic go somewhere else and succeed? Is that what you said?
Correct. To enjoy the rest of his career. Does that make me a horrible Nuggets fan, or is it okay? Morally, where are we at on this?
I feel like it's you love Jokic. You want to see him be happy. I feel like the worst possible thing is if he goes somewhere else and then is unfulfilled. And it's like, man, I would have been happier getting to the Western Conference Finals last year of my career with the Nuggets, Reggie Miller style in like 2002, than I would be doing the Karl Malone getting swept in the finals by the Detroit Pistons,
Yeah. So that was the thought that I had. It popped through my brain. And I just that's why I'm so against when you talked about, well, shouldn't they just try and run it back with this? No, I think even if they have to take a step back for a year, probably not 2, but just for a year to get under the threshold so they can retool and then maybe get some of these old, because most of what they're talking about, basically you're talking about Jamal and Aaron Gordon. They're old, they're tired, they're played out. They're not going to win with those guys. So if you can reset and get, what's funny? You know what I heard for years about why they can't get rid of Jamal? Not for years, but in fact, Dover said it on this show.
The two-man game?
Yeah, the two-man game? That's the best two-man game in basketball. Who could possibly come in here and run the two-man game with Nikola Jokic like Jamal Murray? I don't know. You think LeBron could do it?
Probably most guards in the NBA. I was making
Pretty
this
much
argument
everybody.
with Cello on, I think it was Wednesday or Tuesday's edition of Denver Sports Tonight. But Jamal Murray making the max amount of money he can is a horrible thing for the Denver Nuggets. He is not, and this was my comparison, he's not Devin Booker. He is not Donovan Mitchell. He is much closer to that tier 2 of De'Aaron Fox kind of guard, and I don't think Jamal Murray or De'Aaron Fox should be making a max contract, especially in today's CBA in the NBA, where you have to monitor every single dollar you're spending, because then you do get into that trouble of going into the first apron, going into the second apron, getting into the repeater tax. If they had Jamal on a $35 million per year contract, I think that's a much better place than the $50 million he's going to make here coming soon.
Yeah. All right. Wow, man, that flew by. 1 hour down. Dante and Dan Jacobs filling in for Dover and Cecil. Hey, man, still tribe roll call. What's you out there? Are you out there earning a buck? Is everybody off today? What's you out there doing? And then, Dante, you're going to be driving the ship here for the next hour. But I was thinking a couple things. Can the Nuggets learn from the Avs? And Kel McCarr, $20 million a year. You think Nate McKinnon's just going to be all right with that? That's just fine. No ego whatsoever. Hour number 2 of the show coming up next.
The Rockies aren't winning the West, but they might be one of the most fun teams in baseball now. Rookie TJ Rumfield is raking. Hunter Goodman's launching homers at a rate that has all-star voters and trade deadline scouts paying attention. Mickey Moniak is back healthy, and Sensatella's having a career year out of the bullpen. The trade deadline's August 3rd. Who stays? Who goes? What's the new front office building toward? Denver Sports is all over it. Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Hey everybody, Cecil Lammy here from my friend SodaDietNutrition.com. And right now, the big summer offer, you can get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention The Fan. Call 866-800-SODA and mention me and 104.3 The Fan. SodaDietNutrition.com online. And here's the thing, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds and I've never gained it back. It's never coming back because of the tools that Soda gave me. What is it? Knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat goes such a long way. We all have busy lifestyles, okay? Do not think that you're too busy to lose the weight the right way, because that's what I thought, and I was completely wrong. But feel oh so right now because of SodaDietNutrition.com. Again, get the 4 weeks free on the big summer offer. Call 866-800-SODA and mention The Fan. 866-800-SODA and mention Cecil Lammy and 104.3 The Fan. Also, SodaDietNutrition.com online. You want to lose the weight, you want to keep it off. Soda! Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's easy to find your groove. As America celebrates, Groove Toyota, the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro, has more reasons to celebrate. Choose from hundreds of pre-owns, 40 under 15 grand. GrooveToyota.com. Plus, Groove Toyota has more than 100 used Toyotas, including Toyota Certifieds with full warranties available. Hurry into our Red, White, and Drive event. Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Offer expires 7/31/26. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and you can get a richer looking lawn with Rich Lawn. Using the organic based fertilizer Rich Lawn Turf Food, you'll get greener grass and build your soil for a beautiful yard. And while you're at it, don't forget to check out Revive, the treatment to revitalize your lawn for deeper roots and deeper watering. Rich Lawn and Revive products are available at Home Depot or your local gardening center. With Rich Lawn and Revive products, you'll have your yard ready in no time.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good.
Yeah, so green.
USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Hey, it's Zach here. When it comes to home repairs or new construction, nothing should feel stressful or complicated. That's why I trust Homestrong. They make projects painless, affordable, and top quality from the very first scoop of dirt. If you need foundation repair, waterproofing, crawl space repair, egress windows, or have concrete concerns, call Homestrong. They can even turn your current crawl space into a fully finished basement within weeks. Call now or visit BuildHomestrong.com for your free inspection and quote. Financing options available. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
I've been endorsing Advanced Tax Solutions for almost a decade now because I trust them when it comes to helping people get out of jams with the IRS and back into the system. I've talked directly to clients of Advanced Tax Solutions, people who save thousands and thousands of dollars in resolutions negotiated by Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd Whalen is my guy there. He's the founder, over 30 years experience working with, negotiating with, and if necessary, battling with the IRS. Call Advanced Tax Solutions at 303-753-6040 and at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Walk into the back office of most small businesses and you'll see an old DVR humming on a shelf and a camera over the register the owner isn't even sure is recording. They got that like 10 years ago, and the company that installed it doesn't pick up. Vantage can repair or replace all of it. Cameras that read a face in the dark. Access control, network, intercom, AV. One company, one number. Invest in real security for your business or property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit business.vssicolorado.com today.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In Today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Quarter number 2 of Dover and Cecil. I'm Dante Gomez. That's Dan Jacobs filling in for those guys as it is a company holiday today. They will also be off tomorrow. A happy 4th of July weekend to everybody out there. Happy 250th birthday to America as well. Real quick, want to get this out of the way. Summer is here, which means road trips. But with high gas prices, you're questioning whether or not you can take that trip. DenverSports is here to help. Enter for your chance to win a weekly $250 gas card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour and text it to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit denversports.com/keyword. 303-713-1043. Also, the RamosLaw.com text line. Feel free to hop in with us. We are filling in for the tribe. I guess are we all the tribe? I don't know how that works.
I know I am part of the tribe because I have the tribe text me sometimes on the 303 Law 4040 line. So I know I'm part of the tribe. I gotta believe this is.
I don't know. Am I the enemy?
You're part of the
since I'm
you're
part of the
yeah, that's
afternoon
what I'm
show?
thinking. You're kind of like the enemy. I mean, you're already kind of one of our villains.
Oh, really?
On the station. So, yeah, I think you're more of an outsider on this show. I'm more of an insider.
Okay. I would argue they, unless it's fake to my face, it feels like they like me on the midday show.
It feels like they like everybody to your face. Every once in a while I get a little, hey, they're killing you on the show.
That's true. Well, with you, it's just so easy.
Oh, here we go.
All right, let's dive into it. The Colorado Avalanche. Can the Nuggets take a page out, can the Avs take a page out of the Nuggets book here and maybe learn from the mistakes the Nuggets made?
No, because I wrote that. You had it right the first time. Here's my thing, Dante.
And real quick before this, we were talking about the Cale Makar extension here.
Also, but before we get to so what I was thinking was, so the Avs and the Nuggets have the same problem. Highly talented, one of the better teams in the regular season. Avalanche have 2 of the best players in the league, and the Nuggets have arguably, probably not anymore, but for a long time, the best player in basketball. They also both teams collapse in the playoffs when they shouldn't. The problem is, it goes back to what we've been talking about. Well, should the Nuggets just run it back and pay $250 million? Where the Avalanche seem to be saying, we got to do something different. The chemistry doesn't work for whatever reason, and so they're like, yeah. For example, on the text line, somebody's like, well, should you add LeBron? Well, it never hurts to have a 6'9", 200-some-odd-pound power forward. Well, does it ever hurt to have a big, giant, skilled lefty run around on the ice like Valnichushkin? Well, apparently, yeah, right? So they got rid of him because he's not going to contribute to them winning anymore. So I actually kind of like what I see out of the Avalanche and Joe Sakic saying, we're going to make moves to get better because we're not good enough. Even though on paper we look good enough, in the regular season we look good enough, we're not good enough, and let's try and get better. And we just don't know what we're doing with the Nuggets yet. Maybe they could take a page out of that book was my question.
Okay. So it was the originally intended way I was saying it there. I will say, and this is just more the differences I see between the Nuggets and the Avalanche and the way the front offices operate. I think it was Cecil or Dover that had this point, actually. So I'm going to give them credit for the inspiration here. But when it comes to the Avalanche, I don't think Joe Sakic really has to answer to too many people. I think he gets to pull whatever strings he wants to. Obviously, there's a hard salary cap in the NHL, so a little bit different there. But I think as far as the Nuggets go, I think there is a chain of command there. I think it's the co-GMs have to agree on a move. I think that gets run up to Josh Kroenke, and maybe that idea gets run up to Stan Kroenke, the owner of the Denver Nuggets. So I think it's a little bit easier for this Avalanche organization to operate the way they'd like to.
The only question I would have on that is, do you think Joe Sakic really want to bring back Jared Bednar? Was that decision made at least heavily?
They've worked together for a
heavy collaboration with the Kroenkes. Like, hey man, we're not interested in paying 2 salaries. Let's run him out 1 more year and then we'll pay. Like the longevity that Jared Bednar has is unheard of in this league. Every single coach except for the Tampa coach who orchestrated a dynasty has been replaced in the NFL since Jared Bednar has been in the league. Every single one except for one.
Well, that's what happens when you're that regular season successful, apparently.
Okay. I mean, the Vegas Golden Knights go on a run. First off, they're successful, and then they fire their Stanley Cup winning coach for another guy that comes in, leads them to the NHL Finals, Stanley Cup Finals, and then they fire him. That's like how it goes in hockey.
Cutthroat, especially that Vegas organization. They don't care about anybody's feelings. They are trying to do whatever it takes to win. Maybe the Avalanche do need to take a page out of their book, be a little bit more maybe not too close to the situation, be able to take that step back and say, hey, what we're doing is not working. Maybe it is time to move on from Jared Bednar. But let's dive into the Cale Makar extension. And there's rumors that he could get $18, $20 million per year on this extension here. He's obviously one of the best players in the NHL. You just brought that up there. Considered one of the best defensemen in the league as well. Obviously, you want to pay him what he's worth, but you can't totally screw over the rest of your salary cap in that hard cap sport that hockey is. Where do you come down on his extension?
So I've looked at it. They're actually in great shape. They can pay him that. I think the year his contract comes due, I don't even understand. I think NHL must be doing very well because the Avs have paid pretty much everybody, and they still will have, if I'm looking right, like $30 million to play with the year that they're going to have to pay, not this next season, but the season after that, they got to pay Cale Makar. But my question is this. We heard the reason we couldn't keep Mikko Rantanen was Mikko was wanting X amount, 13, 14 million. I think he ended up getting 12.5. But they couldn't justify paying him more than Nathan MacKinnon because it would hurt Nathan MacKinnon's feelings. If you look at Nathan MacKinnon's contract, I think he makes about somewhere in that neighborhood of 12, and it never goes
12.6. I have it pulled up here.
It never goes up though. For the next 5 years?
Through I can't scroll to the right. At least through 2030.
Okay, so yeah, we're talking 4 or 5 years. He's making the same, but then Cale's going to be making 20. Well, he's making not quite half that, but like 60% of that. I don't know. It's weird because in hockey you don't see it. Like in other sports, you would see star players going, hey, man, thanks for paying me before. Because Makar, for example, reset the market. He was the highest paid player in hockey when he signed his deal.
And that was for about $9 million a year I'm looking at here.
Who?
Cale Makar.
No, excuse me. Nathan MacKinnon was, when he signed his deal, he was going to, it didn't last very long, but he was the highest paid guy in hockey. Now you're talking about his own teammates going to make $8 million more a year than him, and he's just going to be okay with it?
Well, to me, it comes down to when you're up, and that's the nature of sports, where the new guy that hits free agency is going to get paid a little bit more than maybe even a player that's better than him, and Nathan MacKinnon. And obviously, Nathan MacKinnon's had incredible years, been up for the NHL's MVP award for pretty much every single year the last 5 years here. Could have won it any of those years as well. He did end up getting, I believe, just the one MVP so far in his career. But to me, that's just the nature of sports. If you're up later, you're going to get paid more. It's kind of how I'm sure at some point Kirk Cousins was making more money than Tom Brady was. I don't think anyone's making the argument that Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than Tom Brady. But when your contract, you do like that. Thank you, Joe. But when your contract comes up, you're going to get paid. And I think Nathan MacKinnon should at least be able to see that, hey, I'd rather have Cale Makar here at $18 million than not have Cale Makar here at all. At least I would assume that's how he feels about the situation. maybe Nathan McKinnon and the Avalanche come back to the table and renegotiate and up his price. I don't think that's something that regularly happens, but it does feel like McKinnon and this organization have a really good relationship. So it wouldn't surprise me if somehow we get some reworked deal there. But I think you got to pay Makar. You got to pay him what he's worth. The reports out there are saying that they have just started negotiations, so probably not something that's going to come out anytime in the next day or two, the next week or so. But it does sound like both of those sides are working together to getting that deal done. We will see what ends up happening there. Coming up next, me and Dan and Joe are going to do our 4th of July draft. We're going to draft our perfect plate of food and dessert and drinks. If you guys have any ideas, feel free to chip in on the ramoslaw.com text line, 303-713-1043, or the Champ Honda YouTube chat. We will be looking through both of those, and we will perform our draft next.
The Nuggets summer is heating up, and the biggest questions are still on the table. Will Nikola Jokic sign an extension or keep Denver holding its breath? Could a blockbuster Jamal Murray trade reshape the roster? And with Payton Watson hitting restricted free agency, what does the core look like moving forward? Stay locked in. Denver Sports has you covered all offseason long. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040. You know what we say. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. Here's the deal. Most people never really been in a major accident, so they simply just don't know what to do. And so that's why we're here to help. Like, there's so many questions. Like, should I talk to the insurance companies? Who's going to pay if I have to miss work? Should I go to the hospital? All that stuff. And we're just there to help. And we take over the heavy lifting so that you can just focus on getting better. And then there's no guilt. You hear me say, we know you're not looking to get rich. That's most of the fan listeners, right? But the insurance company's not going to be fair unless we make them be fair. So we will make them be fair, and you don't have to worry about any of that. 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Progressive presents the Museum of You. We begin our tour with a unique piece, a relic from the early big screen television era. Remarkable. Next, we find a juicer, which historians believe has only ever been used once. And finally, compact discs from the emo era. A rare find indeed.
Some things should be history, but until then, you could protect what's important to you and save by bundling your auto insurance with a renter's policy from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
When it's time to sell your home, you hope your agent knows the market, timing, pricing, interest rates, neighborhoods, staging open houses, understanding contracts, completing paperwork. Oh, and can actually help guide you on your big move. Don't hope, know. When you hire a Weichert agent, you can be sure you've got a partner who will guide you every step of the way, from listing to closing and everything in between. Weichert, dream, move, home. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. Summertime is all about staying cool and comfortable. But what about the air flowing through your home? You rely on your AC all summer long. Make sure the air that's circulating in your home is clean and fresh. Your air ducts collect dust, debris, and allergens year-round, and summertime airflow keeps it moving throughout your house. It's one of the most overlooked parts of your home, but it impacts the air you breathe every single day. That's why I trust the professionals at Ductworks. They're personable. When you call, you're always going to talk to a live person. They're educated guys, and Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. Before your AC works through another Colorado summer, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Call them for a free estimate today. 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985, or online at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
This segment on The Fan brought to you by Denver Roof Pros.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In Today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Dante Gomez, Dan Jacobs sitting in for our guys Dover and Cecil on this July 2nd edition of the show. We are going to, in honor of July 4th, do a little July 4th draft here. We got some great text on the RamosLaw.com text line here. Feel free to join in with your own ideas, but we are going to build our perfect plates for what we will be eating on July 4th, maybe drinking or maybe enjoying that dessert. I'm sure me, Dan, and Joe all put a lot of work into our draft boards here. Dan, do you want to lead us off with the number one pick?
Yeah, now, did I understand this right? I'm allowed to have 3 items on my plate plus a dessert.
Correct.
Or is it a drink?
Correct. The dessert / drink. You can kind of take it wherever you want at that point. 4 items total. 3 of them should be kind of like your main dinner foods or lunch or whatever.
All right, so I'm seeing a lot here of potato salads roll in, and I will just say this: I'm generally not a potato salad guy. In Ireland, which makes sense because the potato thing. I had potato salad like 2 or 3 times. Delicious. Just give me some more of their potato salad. So that was good stuff. I'm not going to go with potato salad. What I'm going to do is burn ends, both. Ooh. If you do them properly, I don't think there's anything else better than both pork belly and brisket burnt ends. So that's the protein, all right?
Okay.
We'll do that. Melt in your mouth, delicious burnt ends. I got to have some deviled eggs on my plate. I love deviled eggs. Got to have those. And then I guess, should I go all meat? I'm tied up between mac and cheese because I love a good mac and cheese. But armadillo eggs are pretty darn tasty as well.
And for those people that do not know what armadillo eggs are, please explain.
Well, because you got to have some vegetables, right? So it's it's a hollowed out jalapeno with a cream cheese, taco seasoning, cheddar mixture stuffed inside, then wrapped in your favorite sausage, then wrapped in bacon, and then smoked.
And those are the veggies?
Well, the jalapeno in
there. Yeah. That's to make sure you get your veggies on the plate.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that
the cream cheese sausage.
Yes.
Okay.
Bacon wrapped in sausage.
Health food.
So healthy. Got to get some healthy food in there, and then molten lava, warmed chocolate bundt cake or whatever, lava cake with a scoop of ice cream on the warm cake. Can't get away from that.
I love me some lava cake. Great pick. I can't say I enjoyed it too much on the 4th of July, but I think I would if it was presented in front of me. Joe, you want to go next? You want to build your perfect plate here?
We're building a plate. We're not doing a draft.
Well, Dan, the original idea was to alternate picks here, but Dan took all of his right away. So
he gave us his entire draft board.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't understand it.
No, you're all good. We can just all build our perfect plates. We don't have to compete in it. We can just
I mean, you guys are all playing for second anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well played, Dan. Joe, what is your perfect plate you could build here on Saturday?
Well, I was going to make the joke that number 1 overall pick is beer. That just feels right. It's 4th of July. I think we're just going to do simple burgers and brats. I think we've got some really good elk burgers that my buddy Jimbo, made. So I think that's going to be pretty wonderful. I love the idea of the red skin potato salad. Like that's just gives it a little extra. I think someone in the text line said potato salad and bacon. That sounds wonderful. Just put bacon on anything. And then for dessert, of course, we need to have some air quote brownies.
I see what you're saying.
Great picks there, Joe. For mine, I'm going to go with mac and cheese. Got to have mac and cheese. Homemade, even better if you want to add little breadcrumbs on top of that. Maybe some bacon bits in
hold
there.
on real quick. Because you're not the only one, but why do we put breadcrumbs on our mac and cheese? Seems like a waste.
You don't like the little crunch?
No.
Why?
No.
I don't mind a little a little crunch in there. It doesn't have to be crazy with breadcrumbs, but I like a homemade mac and cheese, maybe different kinds of cheese mixed in there as well. But to be honest, I'm so easygoing. Like you can make Kraft mac and cheese and I would enjoy it. So it doesn't even have to be the good stuff. But some of those bigger noodles are a little bit better. I know you can get some store-bought stuff. I'm sure Dan's going to look down on me for maybe not making any of my foods, but we'll see here.
So you're going to go with store-bought Kraft powdered mac and cheese as your number one draft pick?
No, I said I'm going with homemade mac and cheese with the breadcrumbs and
but you're
bacon
acting like
bits.
you wouldn't make it.
I would, and I have,
Okay.
but
all right.
what's
number
get
two
it in
there,
the tub? I'm going to go just a plain brat. I love a brat. Oh, what is that condescending look you're giving me? You don't like bratwursts?
I mean, they're good at all right, every once in a while I'll have a brat. Like every once in a while. But to make it your number one pick?
Yeah, 4th of July, you're all grilling out.
All right, man. Like a brat, to me, a brat's like a number two. Like you have a real protein, and then you're like, well, the brats are there, so I'll throw a brat on too. It's socially acceptable now.
It's
right?
like the little side piece to your meal there.
I would expect to go to like Evan's house or maybe, I could see Dover doing that. Maybe Dover and Cecil doing that, or maybe Zach By. Where it's amateur hour and the number one dish is a brat.
Ooh,
I could see that.
I think brats they're clean, they're easy. Throw a little ketchup on there, maybe go ketchup and mustard or whatever the toppings you may choose. Some sauerkraut, pretty good. But I think it just adds a little bit more flavor than a regular hot dog, and then not quite the same amount of work as a burger where you have to blend the meat and the seasoning.
This guy.
Burgers are too much work for Dante.
I know, man. It's like literally you press it and you throw salt and pepper on it and it's done. That's it. But no,
you gotta mix it in a bowl with all the seasonings.
No, nobody does that.
Well,
that's like meatloaf.
Well, then you separate it into the burgers after that.
No.
Am I doing burgers wrong?
I mean, you can. You put an egg in there, too, to make the patty a little firm.
I don't do an egg, no.
Yeah, some people do that, but that's more kind of a meatloafy thing. I remember when I was a kid, I don't see people doing it anymore. They would put the onion soup mix, like my dad would do that, in the burger, and they'd roll them around like that.
I've seen people do like the breadcrumbs to make their burgers go a little bit longer. Maybe that's more of a non-wealthy person move, though.
Wait, just to have a little more filling?
Yes.
Oh.
So it's like a less percentage of meat, but you're still getting more out of your burger?
That reminds me of, was it Cousin Eddie in... what was it? The Christmas Vacation. He's cooking up and there's no meat in the burger. It's all I don't know, tomato or something.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah.
But no, to round out my plate, I'm going to go. So the brat, I got a side of mac and cheese, also a side of baked beans. I'm talking the works, a little brown sugar on there. We're talking some bacon in there as well. And to round it out, I will go with just a nice solid beer. Maybe a Coors or a Coors Light. No free ads, but little local beer there.
Yeah, in fact, somebody's asking for it again. I'll probably give it out this weekend. I'll either give it out tomorrow or Saturday. I have my adult baked beans, which I think you would like.
Yeah, I gotta get the recipe. I think I've heard it before, but it's escaping me at the moment.
I've given that out, and people really seem to like it. And I'm not a big baked beans guy, but people really, even people that don't like baked beans, there's a little bit of heat, there's a little bit of sweet, there's a lot of meat in there. So a lot of vegetables. So yeah, I'll give that out before you guys fire up your grills on the 4th of July.
We got Jay here in Denver. Beer number 1, brats number 2. So sounds like he's on Team Dante there as far as the plate I was building. We also have from the 512 or not from Joe here. Ketchup on a brat. What the heck is wrong with you? Apparently that's a no. I've been told that many times. I don't care. Ketchup on a hot dog or brat is great.
Yeah, if you're under the age of 12, that's fantastic. But you really should just be eating a hot dog if you're a young kid like that.
I think there's a lot of people that would agree with me. Go to any baseball game, you're going to see a long line for the ketchup. Maybe a longer line for ketchup than
For
mustard.
dogs, for hot dogs.
Okay, a hot dog and a bratwurst is like similar.
No, they're not.
Okay.
Like a brat is next level. Come on.
No.
All right. Well, that concludes our draft. We will re-bring that up later in the show as well. Maybe get some opinions from the text line and the YouTube chat, powered by Champ Honda. Up next, I want to talk to Dan, in keeping in theme of 4th of July here in America. We're going to talk about the U.S. soccer team, which moved on from the round of 32. Big deal, little deal. We break down all things U.S. soccer next.
The countdown is on. Broncos training camp is less than a month away. Rookies report July 22nd. Veterans hit Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit on the 28th. Bo Nix is expected back at full speed. Sean Payton skipping joint practices to maximize every rep. And it all builds toward a season opener on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. From camp battles to kickoff, Denver Sports has you covered. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Cecil Lammy here from my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. They've got a big summer offer. You can get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention this station, 104.3 The Fan. 866-800-SODA. Mention this station to get 4 weeks free. Their big summer offer going on right now. It's Soda, Diet, and Nutrition. I want you to call up 866-800-SODA. Listen, 5 years ago I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because they taught me how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. And having those tools is amazing for your weight loss journey, because it's about knowing what you need every single day and then having your own nutritionist, a personalized nutritionist with a personalized plan for you, the dynamic diet for you, custom built for you, so that you can lose weight and you can keep it off. And that's the main thing. 5 years have gone by and those 60 pounds are not coming back. They'll never come back because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat, all thanks to Soda. SodaDietNutrition.com. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX rocks heating and air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
At Siltahar Motors, Ford and Lincoln employee pricing wraps up on July 6th. If it's been on your list, now's the time. You pay what Ford employees pay on hundreds of new vehicles, thousands off sticker, no negotiating. The price is the price. Employee pricing won't last, but Siltahar always has something great coming. 66 years of finding ways to take care of Colorado. See all that is available at sthmotors.com, Highway 36 and Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
This July 4th, join America 250 at America's Block Party at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, hosted by Queen Latifah and featuring Chris Stapleton and the Smashing Pumpkins. Get your tickets at america250.org/LA.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is hold, H-O-L-D. Text hold to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's hold to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In Today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Rolling along, hour 2 of Dover and Cecil. I'm Dante Gomez. He's Dan Jacobs, filling in for those guys as it is a holiday for us today and tomorrow. So we'll have not the normal roster of hosts in for you guys. Still good shows throughout.
In the A-team, basically.
That's mostly how that works, right?
They can't afford us.
Better.
They can't afford us, you and me, Dante, 5 days a week. But now today they're rolling out the.
They
big
get a
bucks.
special treat for today and tomorrow.
Even though you're here 5 days a week already.
That is true. You can catch me on Denver Sports tonight, Monday through Friday.
They made you just the co-host now? Because it used to be like when Mike was in, it was you. And then it became, but now it's just every night that you're the man.
That's I would never say in those words, but yes, it does. Yeah, I choose the Ron Burgundy. I'm kind of a big deal. Yeah. But yes, it does seem to be that I do all 5 shows, and then it kind of rotates on who else will be with me on that show. Always a good time, always getting different opinions there. Neil Piro, Will Peterson, James Marilat, Mike Rice, Marcello Romano. So we get a nice rotation of different voices, different opinions. That goes from 6 to 7 Monday through Friday. But for today, me and Dan, you guys are stuck with me and Dan. We are going to talk a little bit of USA soccer here. Obviously, the World Cup has absolutely taken over this country. You see all the different watch parties. McGregor Square, I know, does a big one. A little controversy with that. They were charging tickets, apparently, at some point.
Why would that be controversial?
Well, apparently they were not charging tickets to start with, and then they started charging an entry fee.
Well, they would like to make money. This is America.
Yeah, for the good of the people.
For the good of the people, America. Capitalism. Make some money.
That is definitely capitalism at its finest, I would say.
Thinking about it a lot in the shower.
But Team USA in action last night, round of 32. They get the win 2-0 over Bosnia-Herzegovina. Did you like that? Was that pretty good?
Yeah, that's good, man. I don't know if is that what they call them still?
Something. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what the country. Okay. The pronunciation was more what I was getting at. Me and Will were YouTubing videos of how to say Herzegovina, so I still don't know if I'm quite saying it right.
Do you know what that used to be when you were born, what that country was?
Was that the country that was like 5 countries that was now what makes up like Serbia?
Yeah, I think so.
Yugoslavia, yes.
Yeah, that's what I think. I might be wrong, but yeah, I think it used to be Yugoslavia.
Geography lessons here on Dover and Cecil.
Team USA. I mean, we're unstoppable.
Yes. Well, apparently. So we went 2-0 last night. We kind of ran through the pool play as well. Losing the final game was somewhat meaningless at that point. USA had already locked in their seed. A little bit of an easier first round matchup than some of the other teams got paired up with. Netherlands had a gauntlet taking on Morocco. Germany, I believe, lost as well in their first round. So U.S. making it to the final 16. However, I'm not quite sure we should be patting ourselves on the back quite yet. This is the first World Cup ever to have a round of 32.
Okay.
So typically it starts with the round of 16 to knock out. So to me, the next game for Team USA is where the World Cup really starts. This is when it'll be a little bit more impressive if we get some wins at this point. However, it looks like Team USA is going to be out one of their best players is going to be out. Balogun with a red card, a little bit controversial there. People weren't too happy with that call. Kind of stepped on another guy's ankle, give him the red card, give him the hook in that game. Suspended for the next round as well. So if they're going to get it done, they're going to have to get it done without one of their better offensive players. Dan, what has been your interest level in the World Cup so far, and what is it going to be going forward here as we're really getting down to the best teams in the world here?
You're a bad teammate.
I'm a bad teammate.
You're a bad teammate because now you're going to make me be the bad guy.
No, you can be a casual. I think that's fine. I think you can be. It's soccer in America, Dan. You can be a casual fan.
I'm not even casual. Like I'm watching. I know I shouldn't say this. I'm watching none of it. I meant to tune in last night for Team USA, but then I had a life and I did none of that. So I just don't watch any of it. I'm not going to pretend I like soccer. I try like everybody else. For 40 years, we've been talking about soccer. It's the number one sport in America. It's the number one growing sport in the U.S., blah, 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 youth sports. They've been saying that for generation after generation after generation.
Good for you, bud.
It's just not my thing, man. It's just not my thing. I'm not going to go spend I don't understand it. I understand. I'm not saying if you love it and clearly the world loves it, that's cool. I don't have any problem with that. It's just not my thing. And so I get more of a kick out of the videos of the people coming here and loving ranch dressing, ranch sauce or whatever, all that stuff. It's fun. It's a good deal. I have nothing bad to say about it, but it's not my thing. And so you just walked me into the foxhole, and I'm going to get bombed because I'm being honest. We can't be honest.
No, we can be honest.
No, I
This is
can't
the
because
show of
I
being
guarantee you I'm going to get killed. I'm going to get killed for
upset.
being a hater and not liking soccer when everybody's pretending now they like soccer. And I just don't, but I can't be honest. You know, I might get canceled.
I don't think you're going to get canceled, Dan. I'll have your back. I will say,
and I hate you.
as sitting in Cecil Lammy's chair here, the truth is not supposed to make you feel good. And that was your truth that you're speaking there. I will agree with you in some parts there. I was actually just having a conversation with a group of my friends the other day about the national pride of the tournament is absolutely incredible. You see these watch videos of down in Mexico. They're scoring goals over Ecuador. The place is going nuts down the entire street. So the national pride of it is very cool. However, the actual sport of itself, I'm not the biggest soccer fan. The flopping, let's call it, gets to be a little bit much for me as it feels like every time somebody gets touched, they're going down. There's going to be a penalty called, and then it's a lot of guys complaining when they don't get that penalty call. So the actual sport of itself is not exactly my jam, but I can definitely get behind the national pride of it. The big viewing parties that we're seeing downtown, all those videos coming out. And again, I think some of those international fans do it right with their viewing parties. So I can enjoy parts of it without enjoying all of it. I think the clock is a little weird too. I mean, you can be in the 45th minute in the first half plus 8 minutes, and then we're going to restart at 45 minutes once the second half starts. It's just a little wonky. The hydration breaks, the stoppage time. So definitely some aspects of soccer I am still, let's call it, getting used to or turning the curve on. But
yeah, math is hard, Dante.
Well, it's not math. It's just, why don't you just stop the clock like every other sport?
Like, why can't we know what the clock is? Because doesn't it like we don't know what the clock is?
No, at the end of the game they'll just be like, "Yep, we're going to add 9 minutes onto the game."
Yeah, okay.
But nobody really knows how much time is going to be bonus time until they decide it.
Sometimes I don't understand sports. Yeah. By the way, because I know we're getting close to break here, Jen in Littleton writes in, I text a lot, but I haven't put my name on it before. Dan, please give us the adult baked beans recipe today so I have time to go to the store. Please and thank you. Well, I would, Jen. I would, but Jake at Jake Green 1870 on the Champonda YouTube line says, Dan, Jesus, nobody wants your baked beans recipe. Nobody's asking for it, so I'm confused. Because Jen is, but Jake says nobody is.
Jen also is not the only one on the text line asking for your adult
several
baked
people
beans.
have asked for it.
Myself included, I asked for the recipe. But Team USA back in action Monday, July 6th, taking on Belgium in the round of 16. That should be a great game. USA slight favorites in that one at the moment. But again, if they can go out and win that game, I think that's when this ball really starts rolling downhill and that excitement for soccer is going to come to America. But coming up next, we're going to reset our Nikola Jokic, our LeBron James, our Denver Nuggets conversation, as there's been rumors that LeBron James could be a member of this Denver Nuggets team next year. How likely do we think that is? Your answer, or our answers, next.
LeBron James.
Colton, Drury, and Nichushkin all gone. New faces are already in the fold, with the entire blue line back as well after a Western Conference final sweep that still stings. How will the Avs retool around McKinnon for another cup run? Every trade, every signing, every take. Denver Sports has you covered all summer long. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
This is Todd Whalen, founder of Advanced Tax Solutions. I'm here with Larry. The IRS is really hounding you. It's escalating. They even assigned a person to your case.
Saying that we owed a bunch of money because of clerical error. We didn't know that at the time. They were going to collect a bunch of money for it.
They're literally just beating you up.
Oh, yeah. Certified mail letters coming and the IRS telling us they're going to levy our checking accounts. And then, when the guy shows up at your front door, you figure, we better do something.
Yeah. How much did you really have to pay them?
It started out the IRS telling us that we owed them $15,000.
That's real money.
By the time Advanced Tax Solutions got done, the number was zero.
Zero. That's the perfect solution, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's the best number. Our stress is gone. We're not dealing with the IRS anymore. We haven't since we went and met with Advanced Tax Solutions.
Thank you so much for coming in. That just means so much to me.
Not a problem.
Every situation is different. And if we can give you a hand, it's 303-753-6040 or jump online at advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine someone says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's a real deal. Because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year, no commitment. That's a lot of streaming, sharing, scrolling, and whatever else you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. What that means, you'll save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. Now all you have to do is think about how you'll spend all that extra money. Call 1-800-XFINITY, go to XfinityMobile.com, or visit a local Xfinity store to switch today. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compare one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Will your money last as long as you do? Retirement should be about enjoying life, not worrying about outliving your savings. At AJM Financial, we build retirement strategies to help protect and grow your savings, reduce risk, lower taxes where possible, and maximize your income in retirement. Schedule your complimentary retirement confidence review at 800-467-0737, 800-467-0737, and tune into Adam Moeller's Mile High Money Radio Saturdays at 8 a.m. on 104.3 The Fan.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Or been told you need a procedure or surgery, but you have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At Colorado Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's usually more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. I lost 30 pounds in just 7 weeks, and I've been able to keep the weight off, and I'm telling you what, I feel great.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation. Call and take control of your health. Go to ColoradoFatLoss.com. That's ColoradoFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 1043 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Happy 250th birthday, America. And today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Wrapping up quarter number 2 here on Dover and Cecil. I'm Dante Gomez. That's Dan Jacobs sitting in for those guys today and tomorrow. Still a very packed show here. Lots of Nuggets, lots of Avalanche, some Broncos we're going to get into as well. USA Soccer, 4th of July stuff. So still busting at the seams with content to talk about. I want to go back to our conversation on LeBron James and the reports coming out that he's considering Denver. Denver's reached out to him and his party about coming and joining the Nuggets, joining Nikola Jokic, one of the best players in the world. What a tandem that would be. So we're going to kind of attack it from a couple different angles here. I want to start off with, what do you think the likelihood of LeBron James being in a Denver Nuggets jersey next year is?
I don't think it's very likely.
If you had to put a number on a percentage.
Well,
6, 7.
10%. I think it's just more likely to, if they still want to work it out. Well, I think I heard you guys talking about it on the drive yesterday, the Golden State Warriors.
That was was it Skip Bayless maybe?
Yeah.
I forgot who came up with that one, but that was a good one.
Yeah, I think that might be more likely, or they are talking about a reunion with the Heat, Cleveland. Why does he want to come here? Like this historically. By the way, if he signs here, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I'm just trying to think. That would be by far the first time we've ever gotten, am I wrong, a marquee free agent?
I mean, Paul Millsap, if you want to go back to those days.
We're not saying Paul Millsap.
He was an all-star prior to joining the Nuggets.
A real major one, like Paul Millsap. No, dude.
Well, it's hard for the Denver Nuggets to get free agents.
It used to be. Pre-Nikola, we never thought we could do it, right? Because we thought, well, like, for example, even Shaq went from Orlando to L.A. Like, guys wanted to go to bigger markets for other reasons. I don't think it's as bad as it used to be, and there is some draw to play with Nikola Jokic, but is it big? Well, first off, if you're LeBron and you're looking at, okay, the Heat just got a lot better. You have several teams that have gotten a lot better, and the Spurs are way on the rise, and you have the Oklahoma City Thunder. They're going to not want to just seed they want a dynasty, and they were really close this year. So there are so many good teams, right? And what did we just see? Was it the Blazers got better, or the Clippers? One of those two. Like all the teams around them are getting better, and so does LeBron really think, looking at knowing the Nuggets? Do you really think he views them as a championship contender just because he comes there with as bad as they were? Do you think he has that? He's really looking. If he looks at this team and goes, "Do we have a legitimate chance to compete? And do I want to end my career in Denver?"
I think that's the only reason he's considering Denver. I certainly know it's not because of the beaches. I certainly know it's not because he has best friends on the team. In a way, if he stayed in Miami or if he stayed in LA, either playing for the Clippers or the Lakers or going to Miami, obviously their weather's a little bit better. They have the beaches, or going up north in California to team up with some of his best friends in the league. Draymond Green, he's played USA basketball with Steph Curry. He's played USA basketball with Steve Kerr as well as his head coach. So I think that would be a comfortable situation if he was in either of those. I think the only reason Denver is being suggested and considered is because of Nikola Jokic and the greatness that he brings, one of the highest IQs we've ever seen in the NBA. So I think it's all about basketball at that point. I don't think it'd be about any of the other perks. If it is about the other perks, I don't think Denver would be very high on his list.
What about the idea of, I know they were talking about this morning, John and Chad were going back and forth, that there's a talk of this reality show and this and that he could really make this the focal point of that.
You're talking about like a documentary, like a final dance, the Last Dance kind of.
Yeah, like a
Michael
season-long LeBron, cameras everywhere, documentary. I don't know. This is actually looking at his stats. Why would this be his last year?
He was playing great. He was a top 25 player in the NBA this last year, a focal point of a top 4 seed, I want to say, in the Western Conference this year. No, he could keep playing for a while if he wanted to. Obviously, that's up to him at this point. Age of 41, I want to say, or maybe he'll be 41 during the season this season. So at this point, it's up to him when he wants to walk away. He could be a role player in the NBA for another probably 8 years if he wanted to.
Well, he'd be pushing 50, but I don't know that he wants to be a role player. Like for example, what's amazing to me is Russell Westbrook. He was an MVP, right? He was a top dog. Whether you liked his game or not, he was like a superstar in the league. And now I have to believe it's just for the pure love of the game. Like he's scratching and fighting and just
chasing a ring,
or just wants to be in the league, right? Like, that's crazy to me. I can't see LeBron doing that. But I could see him definitely playing another 2 years. It's not like he averaged 15 points a game last year.
No, he was no slouch. He was very good down there with the Lakers. I don't think the Lakers wanted to continue being in the LeBron James business. It feels like they're turning over their franchise there to Luka Doncic. JJ Redick is the head coach as well. They go out and sign Austin Reeves to a pretty big deal. They make a big move, trading for Walker Kessler. So it felt like they were just ready to go in a different direction there in Los Angeles. But if you can get LeBron James, especially on the rumors out there that he would sign for a cheaper contract than what he's worth, I think it absolutely makes sense for the Nuggets side of things to bring in LeBron James, but I just don't know how desirable this Nuggets situation is with LeBron James. He also has a relationship.
Why do you say that?
Well, on the defensive end, they're a nightmare. They were a first-round exit last year in the playoffs, and they're great offensively. You have Jokic, you have Murray, you have LeBron. If you add LeBron to that mix, they're going to be great there.
Well, hold on. You said they're great offensively. Were they great offensively against the T-Wolves? Do you know how many games they failed to score even 100 out of the 5 games? I think it was
3 or 4 of them. No, you are right. But traditionally, they've been very good regular season-wise in offensively. To me, it just comes down to the defense. And I don't think LeBron James is adding too much defensively to this team. I don't think he's a negative defensively, but he's certainly not a positive at this point in his career, especially if we're talking about long stretches of games or long stretches of the season. But
are the Nuggets a LeBron James away from a legitimate title?
From being contenders, yes.
Well,
I think they would be top 3 in the West at that point. I'm not talking about
contenders. Are they?
Well, you never know. I mean, last year or this year, how many people had the Spurs making it out of the West? I think everyone kind of presumed it was going to be either the Thunder or the Nuggets as the backup plan there. I think the Spurs took a big leap. How many people in the Eastern Conference had the Knicks making it out of the East? So I think you just have to give yourself a shot, be one of those top 3 seeds, and you never quite know how it's going to break out. I mean, Wemby's frame, we've never seen that be successful for long periods of time.
Yeah, you're in the same boat as me. How's that guy going to stay healthy?
Wemby, that's the point I'm making. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Wemby's not playing in the playoffs next year. I think it's just, I hate to say it, but maybe just bound to happen at some point. There will be injuries to Wemby. There will. We saw it this year with the Thunder. Their second best player, Jalen Williams, was unable to go for a majority of the playoffs as well. So I think you just have to be in the mix, give yourself a chance. We've seen injuries kind of dictate a lot of the Western Conference champions in the last handful of years here. If you want to point back to the Nuggets losing to the Thunder, obviously Aaron Gordon's not able to go. Michael Porter Jr., kind of playing with one arm at that point. So there's a lot of injury luck that you could point to that goes into who ends up being the champion. So to me, it's just you got to be in that top 3 mix, and hopefully it breaks your way.
Yeah. I don't.
So do you think even with LeBron, they're not NBA champion contenders?
No, I really don't. Not in the truest sense. It'd be fun. It'd be, keep them interesting for a year. I think right now they're just not. But it's like, what do you mean contender? It's like with the Broncos. I think they're finally legitimately a contender, a Super Bowl contender, or at least you have to view them that way because the Broncos have said, we're done. We think we're a completed product and we need to go win a title. Whereas in years past, as they were getting better, you wouldn't say that. But some people think, well, anybody that gets to the playoffs is a contender. Well, not really.
No.
Right?
You can't just make the play. Like the Nuggets, I thought were going to be contenders this year, proved obviously not.
Yeah, we were wrong. So, you saw how it ended with them. And so in my mind, with as good as this league is, as good as so many other teams are, adding LeBron to this group of I don't know if you want to call it, they're not misfits, but they're just this team that has no chemistry and no really leadership or fortitude or toughness, or call it what you want, but they collapse. So is LeBron just going to fix all that all of a sudden, and they're all of a sudden going to be better than all the other good teams? I don't see it. You can call them a contender because, okay, well, almost any team that has Nikola Jokic is going to be, quote, a contender. Are they a serious contender? Are they a front runner? No, I don't think so. Not even with LeBron.
All right, well, let's keep this conversation going after the break. We will do that as well as check your X, sharing with you guys everything we've seen on our timeline over the last day or two. More LeBron, more check your X next.
The Rockies aren't winning the West, but they might be one of the most fun teams in baseball now. Rookie TJ Rumfield is raking. Hunter Goodman's launching homers at a rate that has all-star voters and trade deadline scouts paying attention. Mickey Moniak is back healthy, and Sensatella's having a career year out of the bullpen. The trade deadline's August 3rd. Who stays? Who goes? What's the new front office building toward? Denver Sports is all over it. Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
At Siltahar Motors, Ford and Lincoln employee pricing wraps up on July 6th. If it's been on your list, now's the time. You pay what Ford employees pay on hundreds of new vehicles. Thousands off sticker, no negotiating. The price is the price. Employee pricing won't last, but Siltahar always has something great coming. 66 years of finding ways to take care of Colorado. See all that is available at sthmotors.com, Highway 36 and Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, strategy and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In Today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
All right. 2 hours down, 2 more to go. Dan Jacobs, Dante Gomez with you. Joe Goodwin behind the glass. So we're going to continue for a little bit here. We're going to get to check your X here in about 10 or 15 minutes. But the LeBron conversation. So let me ask you this, Dante, and Joe, feel free to jump in if you want to. Realistically, okay, so they sign him. Let's just pretend Fantasyland they sign him. Realistically, how does that work? Who takes a back seat? How does that offense run? And what does it look like?
I think a big part of it is Jamal Murray taking a back seat to Jokic and LeBron. At this point, I get LeBron's 20-year vet in the NBA, 40 years old. I would still rather have him on my team than Jamal Murray.
Say that again?
I think LeBron James is better at basketball than Jamal Murray is in 2026.
What a hater, man. Why are you hating on? He's an
If
all-time
you think I'm
great
hating
Nugget.
now, you should have heard what I was saying.
Isn't Jamal Murray the second greatest Nugget of all time?
No.
No? What do you mean? Who's better?
Alex English, Carmelo Anthony.
Well, those
you
guys
want to keep
don't-
going?
They don't. Yeah, keep going. Who else? Who besides those two? Although I heard a lot of people saying no, he's number 2 because he got a championship. But
the championship argument is so dumb to me, Dan. I had somebody on the text line earlier this week say that Jamal Murray is better than Devin Booker, better than Donovan Mitchell because he has a ring. Does that mean that Alex Caruso is better than Nikola Jokic?
Apparently.
Based on that logic, that's what I responded to him with, because to me, the ring argument, if you're the best player on the team, absolutely the ring argument goes. But if you're riding shotgun for a championship, I don't think your whole resume is based on that championship.
Right. Well, and in particular, the problem I have is there's this element of revisionist history with Jamal on that championship run. He had a unreal Western Conference Finals against the Lakers.
Fantastic.
Obviously was the key there. He did not play that well in the NBA Finals, but now because we just want to pretend history didn't happen, oh my God, he would, because there was one game, I think they both had triple doubles or something out of 5.
Yes.
Just how amazing Jamal Murray was. And that's not really the case. If you go back and look, first off, if you remember, that was a very tough series, and the Nuggets did struggle to play well, but they beat the Heat, and we love it. But this revisionist history about, oh, well, Jamal was so great. It was him and Jokic. Not really. Not in the finals. So I hate that we whitewash things like that. But that is what has led to this almost legendary mythical status of Jamal Murray. But I think you said it earlier in the show, and I agree with it. He's killing Nikola Jokic's prime. The fact that he makes $52 million and is going to continue to make $50+ million. I know people don't. The popular take is, well, Stan Kroenke should just spend the money and money should be no object. But you need to get rid of Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon. We all love Aaron Gordon, but you can't be paying those two dudes like $85 million, particularly when you're not going to win with them. So get rid of the old, get some new guys in here that we can develop. By the way, I heard them talking on the morning show this day. They're making fun of Calvin Booth because he said, well, if we don't win the championship next year, so be it. Like that was a bad thing.
To not want to win the championship? I would argue that is a bad thing.
Well, but no, what he was saying was we've got to we have an all-time great player, maybe, in Nikola Jokic. we need to be thinking long term. We need to be thinking about the next 10 years of his career, not just being the three little pigs here and just, hey, I want to get my house up so I can run around and play. And by the way, Calvin Booth was right. He's right. They need to reset this core because they just didn't do it the right way. And I would have much rather the reset, because what you guys have been talking about on the drive, which I've agreed with, is they may need a gap year, but that's for the benefit of Nikola Jokic. If Nikola's got 4 or 5 more potential years for a title, I'd much rather them sit one out now and develop chemistry and rebuild the team so it's a legitimate contender, not a fake contender, like we were talking about last segment. I would have rather they did it 3 years ago so that they're real. They may have won a title or two since then, but no, it's just such a popular opinion, Dante, that, oh, well, they just got to spend the money. They got to, Jamal's worth 50 plus. They're going to pay him close to $250 million what he's done here in Denver.
It's crazy. And the old excuse was that the Nuggets built their team in the old CBA. They didn't give Aaron Gordon his current contract in the old CBA. They didn't give Jamal Murray his current contract in the old CBA. They knew what they were doing and still paid both of those guys the amount they did. So I don't feel bad for this Nuggets organization for, I don't want to say, wasting their money on those guys. They're definitely key contributors to this team and a reason that the Nuggets were able to win a championship, but you're overpaid for both of those guys, and it's coming back to bite you now.
Yeah, so that's my thing. It's hard to envision them being competitive unless they do something drastic. And we've taken, by the way, I give you guys credit on the drive. You guys have been talking about it. I know Zach was the first one that really pointed my attention towards, hey, this could be disastrous with the second apron and the repeater tax, because we just hadn't heard about it, right? And now all of a sudden, though, we're not talking about that. And it's weird because the Nuggets haven't done anything yet. And so if they don't get LeBron, which
they send Marvin Bagley.
Yeah, right. Well, tell us about Marvin Bagley. How does he help us? Are we a Marvin Bagley away from getting out of the first round?
I do not believe so. But if you do want some background on Marvin Bagley, he went to Corona del Sol in Tempe, Arizona for high school.
So
he won a state championship in 2015.
Okay.
14.
Well, very nice. I guess we're on our way. We got Marvin Bagley.
But no, I mean, former number 2 overall pick out of Duke, wildly talented. Kind of can play that stretch big if you want, maybe a little power forward as well. High ceiling, obviously. You don't get drafted that early if you don't have a high ceiling. Has never really lived up to the hype that was coming out. But I think he can be a rotational guy. But no, they're not a Marvin Bagley away from going on to the Western Conference Finals or anything like that.
Is it more fair to say they're removing Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon away from getting serious about winning a championship? Because I think that we're all excited about LeBron right now, and obviously the odds went through the roof there for a minute, and they've kind of fallen down just a little bit. I think Zach was saying they'd fallen from 5 to 1 to 12 to 1 before we started the show. I don't know where they're at now. But in the event they don't get LeBron, where do you fall? Is it just run it back, money be darned, and we don't care if it cripples them from a financial perspective for another 3 years or whatever? Or is it like, hey, man, time to reset?
Time to reset. If you don't get LeBron James, have to reset. If you can get off either Jamal Murray or Aaron Gordon's contract, I know those guys are hometown heroes. Again, they were a major part of the reason the Nuggets have a NBA Finals championship, but I think you got to get off of one of those guys if you can. The Payton Watson thing is still up in the air, what his future here is in Denver. So I'm not against not tear it down completely, but you got to definitely restock the shelves. You're seeing what's winning in the NBA right now. It's youth, it's athleticism, it's length, and defense, and the Nuggets don't really have any of those things.
So if they did a big-time salary dump, if they could,
I don't even know if anyone wants Jamal Murray or wants Aaron Gordon or wants Christian Brown or wants Cam. Cam Johnson's probably the most desirable out of any of those guys.
Because of the contract?
Because the contract that he's on, the fact that it's expiring in a year, but even beyond that, he's at least making a normal amount of money, a tradable contract, $21 million, $22 million, somewhere in there. That is what is building championship teams now. It's not guys that are on a max contract.
And Joe actually brought this to my attention last weekend. They could find somebody. I think, Joe, you were talking about a guy from Orlando, because I guess what the rule is, according to our friend Joe here, is that you can, if a guy's in an expiring contract, if you take him on, you can cut him and spread the hit out. So it would make
wave and stretch.
Yeah, so it would make sense if they could find somebody that's an expiring contract and they could trade Cam Johnson, and then both teams could waive that out. And then, but you were hitting the nail on the head where I was afraid of is even if they wanted to do something where they got rid of Jamal and Aaron Gordon, because that's really what they need to do. If they could get rid of 3 of these guys that are killing them with all that money, that would be ideal. But I don't know that there's a willing partner, not only that wants, even if they wanted, I don't know if there's that many teams that could afford it. I mean, how much are you, if you're another team, because you can always say, well, they could just pay, right? They could pay tax or whatever. But if they don't have cap room, and there's only a handful of teams that have anywhere near enough cap room to take on a Jamal Murray or a Jamal and Aaron Gordon, but would you pay mad, tax or even repeater tax or second apron tax, all that stuff for Jamal Murray?
I would not. No, I'm not the biggest Jamal Murray fan either. But no, if it's my money, I'm not spending it on Jamal Murray. You can make a very compelling argument that Jamal Murray is better than Paul George right now, and the Celtics wanted nothing to do of getting in the Jamal Murray business when they were trading out Jamal or Jaylen Brown. Excuse me.
Why do you think that is?
He's undersized. He doesn't play defense. He has bad attitude from time to time. He's streaky offensively. All the above.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I don't know. Do you have more?
Well, the thing that Chad and I fight about with Jamal Murray is I don't think, mentally, I think he's going to kill you. I don't think he's tough enough. I think he's out of shape. And I just think mentally, if you're putting all your eggs in that basket, that he's just never going to get you there. Chad has a different take. Chad's take is that he's just not athletic enough. And now I said, oh, yeah, he's not athletic. And Chad's like, well, he's just not quick enough.
I would add that in there as well.
Well, my thing is, all of a sudden he's not an athlete. All of a sudden he's not quick. Have you ever seen Jamal Murray blow off the defender, go through and do a twisting, sick layup when he wants to?
I've seen it a handful of times, but
he does it all the time in the regular season. Like if
he
wants to be athletic and quick, he's quick enough. That you can't score 60 points from his position on several occasions or 50 plus or whatever. You can't score like that and not be quick.
Well, how come people were telling me it's a bad matchup when he has to face the Timberwolves, who have young, athletic, fast guards that can stop him? Or how come it was a bad matchup when he had to go up against the Thunder, and they have young, athletic, quick guards that can stop him?
That's the Chad argument or the Joe argument, right? Is that, they're quicker, they're faster. Then why aren't they quicker or faster when he's scoring 60?
He's not scoring 60 against good teams.
He has. He's had some monster playoff games.
I think it's teams that are honing in on Nikola Jokic. I mean, how easy is it to play basketball when you're playing with Nikola Jokic and the entire hub of the offense goes through Jokic? The other team's defense is completely focused in on stopping that guy. And the second the other team focuses on Jamal Murray, he's a non-factor in those series. And that's what Minnesota's done, and that's what Oklahoma City's done.
Right. In the argument, but it's more actually with the the Minnesota. It's more of they wear him out. Not that he's not quick enough. It's they stretch him full court. They make him work really hard.
If you were quick enough, you'd be able to get past them. You can't play a full court press against somebody that you're faster or that you're slower than. If you're the defense, if Jamal Murray was too quick for them, it's going to be a 5-on-4.
If you trap, you could. Yeah.
But they're not trapping. They're sticking one guy on him. And
Joe, go ahead.
So Jamal Murray has always been really good at making contested jumpers and scoring when the defense breaks down. He's never been the guy that blows past the entire defense. He might blow past a bigger, slower guy, but he's never been that super speed. Like Luka's not fast either, but he scores a bunch of points when he needs to. Jamal Murray, I think, lives more in that mid-range to score.
It's funny because you're saying that. We all can remember time after time after time when he does ridiculous moves to the basket. And now all of a sudden in year, 8, 9, or 10, we're all saying that Jamal Murray's not a good athlete and he's slow. And everybody's always known he's slow, which to me is just a little, I don't want to say disingenuous. It's a little revisionist history. We've never had a problem with Jamal Murray or Christian Brown or Cam Johnson or Tim Hardaway. Like now all of a sudden they're not good athletes.
Christian Brown's a great athlete.
I heard this week, this offseason that none of them are good athletes.
Oh, I think Christian Braun's good. He's actually one
Of course
the
he
only
is.
good athlete.
We know that, but I've heard people saying that Christian Brown's not a good athlete. He's not athletic enough, and it just doesn't. It's just that's too simplistic. It's not because the Timberwolves, the third string guys on the Timberwolves are better athletes than Jamal Murray and Christian Brown and Cam Johnson. I don't buy that. It's that they wanted it more and they played harder. It's because they played harder than Jamal Murray did. And if that's because Jamal got tired when they picked him up or he didn't try hard enough to be more creative offensively, I'm much more willing to buy that than, all of a sudden, all due respect, Joe and Chad, you guys are coming out of the woodwork and saying Jamal Murray's not athletic enough to play NBA basketball when he's motivated, he scores 50 or 60 points. I don't buy it.
I think he's a bad team merchant. I think he does really well against some of the poorer teams. And I think and you mentioned this earlier, there's moments of greatness from Jamal Murray. We saw it in the Western Conference Finals in 2023, but just not nearly consistent enough, not nearly athletic enough, and not quite the size. You mentioned Luka Doncic, Joe. Luka Doncic is 6'7", 6'6". Mm-hmm. It's a different size that people are dealing with. He's stronger than Jamal Murray. He gets guys on that back hip, and he can kind of box them out from the front there offensively. Just very different games to me than Jamal Murray. And also a big part of it is, and Joe mentioned this as well, Jamal Murray takes so many contested shots, and he makes a good amount of them. But if you keep taking these hard, difficult shots, your shooting percentage isn't going to be very good. And he shot 35% in the playoffs this year. That is just not good enough. There was 10 to 15 guards ahead of him shooting percentage-wise that are having similar outputs offensively. So I think it's a shot selection issue. I do think it is also a physical issue, a athleticism issue, a want to issue. I think it's all the above that we're talking about Jamal Murray here.
Could be. Now, Joe, can you do me a favor?
I would never.
Can you check your ex?
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right. I'm going to start first, guys, because we got a bunch of stuff on Check Your Ex. Now, the only thing that makes me a little trepidatious is I think I might hear crickets with you guys. Not necessarily the listening audience, but I look at who I'm with here. I'm with Dante, single guy, and Joe, single guy. So you may not understand this. We may have an age gap here. But I'm like, well, what are some fun things on the internet? And apparently, this is just one of them, but this has kind of trended a little bit. And it was basically kind of a meme about a wife saying, me staring at my husband directly in the face and saying no as I'm plugging my phone into his charger, and he asked me if I've seen his charger. And that is so on point. And I don't know if this is, because I live in a house with 4 girls. And is it a female thing versus men thing? Like, there's no boundaries when it comes to your chargers. Like, I don't go into my kids' room and just take their stuff and pretend it's mine. But my cell phone charger, my portable charger, my computer charger, I make a living with it. It's just all on there. And you go, have you seen my charger? And it's always a no. Like, they've never seen it. You can walk in their room and there it is. No, I don't know. I don't have your charger.
I think it might be a woman thing in terms of moving the chargers. My charger doesn't leave my bedroom. It stays plugged into the outlet. I plug it in every night, and it's fully to go every morning. I have one in my car as well, but I have 2 chargers, and they never leave the outlets they are currently plugged into.
By the way, it's not, what'd you say, moving? It's not moving the charger, it's stealing the charger.
What is stealing the charger as well?
I put
did you mark it?
Sometimes I mark them so I can tell, because they'll lie. They'll be like, oh, that's my charger. So I will order from Amazon 10 chargers and put D on them, and then they're just gone. And, oh, no, I didn't. Honey, it literally has my initial on it. It's mine. Ooh, it drives me crazy. Am I the only one?
Well, if they left it in the same spot, would that be okay? Like if they just plugged their phone into your charger but left it plugged in where it was?
Sure, but that's not what happens. They just steal it. They just take it, never to be seen again. Never to be seen again. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, I can't relate too much. Like I said, I have my 2 chargers. It charges my phone every time. I don't really have. Every once in a while, someone will come over to the house, like, "Hey, can I borrow your charger?" Of course, it's sitting right there on my bed. Feel free to use it. But I can't relate too much.
I don't have the drops here, so
no drops.
No drops. We'll do Carson.
Make a little FX noise.
Class yesterday.
So
what class?
All right, never mind on that. All right, that went horribly wrong. Dante, what you got? Checked your ex. I think you're gonna have something for me. That's going to lead to me telling you about how my soul as a father was crushed this week by my daughter. Go ahead.
Well, I have 2. I'm going to start off with the one that I find funnier, at least. We're going to go Diana Rossini. The ever-longing Diana Rossini saga goes one step further here. A video came out of her getting herself out of getting pulled over by an officer. The officer's favorite team was the Minnesota Vikings. She hops on a quick FaceTime with Kevin O'Connell, gets herself out of some trouble there. Dan, where does that fall? Let's go legally and morally, getting pulled over and using your, connections to get yourself out of it.
Yeah. Well, it's a no. Well, for her, it's worse if you're a public servant or something like that. It's cringy. I didn't hear I didn't know it was FaceTime. I thought it was she was showing him texts of her talking to Kevin O'Connell.
It might have been that as well.
And then she ran him down too. Like I thought she said something kind of disparaging.
Oh, well, as she's done with that whole convincing the officer to not give her a ticket, she goes, "Yeah, your guys' quarterback sucks too."
Oh, that's right. Is that McCarthy they're talking about?
I believe so.
Yeah. So did she get the ticket?
I don't think so. I think she got out of it.
Oh, okay.
That was my understanding from the video.
I will tell you, and I know we don't like throwing these names around a lot, but our friend D-Mac, we live in the same area. He drove down a street that's common for police to pull you over. And the cop knew who he was, and I think gave him a ticket because because he knew it was D-Mac. He's like, I've been waiting years to give this guy a ticket.
So it works both ways, I guess.
And then I recently went down that same street and got pulled over, and I got let go, and there's no reason for him to let me go. I think he recognized me from the show on the weekends, and he let me off.
So next time I get pulled over, I'm FaceTiming Dan Jacobs.
So no, that will get you nowhere. But I'm just saying, I might, for all the heat I take, I may be more beloved in our own neighborhoods than our old friend Mr. McKee. I'm just saying.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment.
But no, I think it's a decent move. I've thought about that. If I ever got pulled over, maybe pulling out the FaceTime. Get depending on the age of the officer, pulling up maybe a FaceTime with Phil Lindsay, maybe a FaceTime with Mark Schlereth.
Here's the great one. In law school, my carpool partner, because we drove an hour each way, we had a literal, I didn't even know these were real, like a Monopoly style get out of jail free card. And we got pulled over going
legally binding. You're just like, hey, I'm good to go.
So my I don't want to give out too much information incriminating, but essentially one of my best friends who was a classmate was a very high-ranking public official. And so we got pulled over one time going 90 plus and like a 60. And this cop is just reaming my buddy out, is reading him the riot act. And he goes, yeah, I'm really sorry. Hey, do you mind just looking at this real quick? And it was a card, this guy's card that said, if pulled over, please call me first. And the cop looks at it and goes, oh, so you're his kid? And he's like, yeah. And he's like, the cop was all mad. He had to let us go. I don't know. So that was pretty cool. We had diplomatic immunity, so to speak, for a couple of years there.
I like it. Well, I think anything to get yourself out of some trouble. I think you should be using all your relationships that way. I got one more. Did you see this? And I don't know if I still believe it yet. I don't know if this is what you were hoping I was going to bring up. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are apparently getting married this weekend at Madison Square Garden. That one surprised me. MSG doesn't scream the peak of romance.
Correct.
So the middle of downtown New York doesn't really scream the middle of romance. So I was a little confused. I still think maybe it's a ploy for all the media and all the eyeballs to be at Madison Square Garden. Then she goes off and gets married somewhere in New England on the coast.
Yes, and that was why actually I wanted you to bring up, because it broke my heart this week. My daughter is 8 years old. She loves Taylor Swift. And so I thought she'd be super excited about him getting married. She also now, it really crushes me. She's into Hannah Montana and Miley Cyrus. That breaks my heart. But the ultimate soul crushing for a dad our age, she's now into Justin freaking Bieber has overtaken Taylor Swift as her favorite guy, thing now.
Is that modern day Justin Bieber or like 2012 or I don't know what? Yeah,
I
like
think
2012
no,
Justin Bieber.
like all of it, which is just crushing to me because one of the guys I despise most on this planet is probably Justin Bieber. And now my offspring is like, I love Justin Bieber. He's the best. And all of her friends. And how is Justin Bieber popular with 8 to 10-year-olds now? I don't understand any of it. And it just makes me want to cry.
I don't understand that either. I get when I was in middle school, Justin Bieber was all the craze. All my friends had, the little pullover swoop hair.
Yeah.
Trying to be Justin Bieber. I couldn't quite pull it off, unfortunately. But that's surprising that he's still kicking this strong in 2026.
Apparently, he's the hottest thing.
I know he's to Coachella. He headlined Coachella, and that's a big deal. But that doesn't feel like it'd be a big deal to 8-year-olds.
Yeah.
Good for you.
All right, did you have one real quick, Joe, or are we moving on?
No, I got nothing.
Okay, you got nothing. All right. Well, here's something that Joe did come up with. His contribution to our rundown. I listened to you guys during the weekend. There's a lot of talk about these weapons, and there's this kind of foregone conclusion that Jalen Waddle's the number one, but there is some confusion. Jalen Waddle or Cortland Sutton? Who's really going to be the top dog for the Broncos receiver group next season? We'll get into that coming up next.
The Nuggets summer is heating up, and the biggest questions are still on the table. Will Nikola Jokic sign an extension or keep Denver holding its breath? Could a blockbuster Jamal Murray trade reshape the roster? And with Payton Watson hitting restricted free agency, what does the core look like moving forward? Stay locked in. Denver Sports has you covered all offseason long. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040, where we say we're not like the big made-for-TV lawyers that you'll never see. A lot of them don't even live here. One of them's talking about his firm's been here for 50 years. Well, yeah, because you bought it from out of state. We're local. It's a husband and wife team. We do have a nice team we've built out that I'm really proud of. But when you call 303 Law 4040, you're not getting an overseas call center or answering service like you do with some of those big firms or pawned off on a case manager's that has 3 minutes to decide whether they're going to give you the honor of doing business with them. You speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. If you called today, I checked. She's in the office today. She's not taking the day off. You will speak. If you call 303 Law 4040 right now, you'll speak with my lovely wife, Kimberly. We'll set up a time. You get to meet with both of us, and we'll come up with a plan to get you feeling better and to make the insurance company pay you the fair value of what they're supposed to do. Hope you never need it, but go ahead, save that number in your phone just in case. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. I have known the Rocks team for years. They have serviced my own house. Right now, out-of-state private equity corporations are buying local HVAC companies, providing higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. When it comes to your heating and cooling needs, go with the local Colorado team I know and trust. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Colorado's largest fireworks show, 22 minutes that absolutely blow the roof off. July 4th at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. But first, the main event. Team USA takes on Portugal in the inaugural World Rugby Nations Cup with Tonga versus Zimbabwe kicking off the doubleheader. The free Fourth Fest Festival starts at 3 p.m. 2 world-class rugby matches. Then a fireworks finale that'll rattle your more fillings. America's 250th One Epic Night. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
If the amazing regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics provided relief for former pro football player Bobby Carpenter, imagine the potential for your aching joints.
So my knee had been bothering me for a while. I played football for a number of years. I looked at, talking to some doctors where I need to potentially have surgery. And I decided, hey, let's check out QC Kinetics. I go in there and they look at the knee. Hey, here's the program that we can put you through.
That treatment takes your body's own healing properties and concentrates them at the root of the pain. No surgery or downtime.
The best part was there's no recovery until one day I felt like, hey, this feels like my old self again. I feel better. It's helped me. It's helped my dad. Hopefully it will help you in the same way. My message to them is do not wait. So you can go out and play golf and do the things that you love and enjoy.
Take it from Bobby Carpenter. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
The average cost of a first-time DUI in Colorado is over $13,000, and a conviction gives you a criminal record. Make a plan for a sober ride before the party begins. Don't underestimate impairment.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is inning, I-N-N-I-N-G. Text inning to 303-703-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's inning to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 1043 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
All right, let's do a little Broncos here. I'll give you, see, it's nice because I get to lump you in with all the stuff, the nonsense that goes on during the week because you are a part of the drive. They bring you in quite a bit. Joe, you're actually kind of in there now too, right? Well, you're doing the clips, and then what show do you do?
The Dan Jacobs Show.
Oh, and then the clips. So you're responsible for the clips.
Yeah, except the one time when Dante was sick, in which case I got to do DST and the drive. That felt pretty cool.
Yes. So I like to lump you guys in because you're here 5 days a week. And so I can just overly generalize and throw you guys under the bus at the same time. It's funny because the conversations we've heard are, oh, man, the wide receiver room is so I've heard it 3 times, 3 different rooms now. The wide receiver room is so full. And that's the default one. We hear it every year. You guys, you get all excited and you lap up all the PR stuff. And, oh, the wide receiver room's so they're going to have some tough decisions cutting little Jordan Humphrey at the end of it. Right.
His ceiling is established.
And now I'm hearing the tight end room. I heard that last week. And, of course, the running back room.
It's going to be the year of Trout.
And it's hard for me because with the Broncos, I've made the decision – whether I believe it or not, I think the fair expectation is you have to think Super Bowl because the Broncos believe it. The Broncos said, we're going to add Jalen Waddle and we're going to run almost everything else back. And so I think, well, I still think they're missing a few pieces, but they don't think they are. They think they're a finished product now. I always wanted to give Sean Payton the time to build the team that he wanted, and he's clearly signaled to us the team is a finished product. So Dante, let me first get your thoughts on that, and then we'll talk about these other conversations they've had about receivers and weapons and things like that on offense, Cortland versus Waddle, and people's feelings get hurt. But what are your thoughts as to what I was talking about as whether or not I believe they need more talent on particularly on the offensive side of the ball? They don't believe they need it. So if they were an eyelash away from the Super Bowl last year, can we expect anything else other than a Super Bowl?
No, I think the expectations have to be Super Bowl or bust at this point. You go out, you're the number 1 seed in the AFC. A year ago, you're hosting the AFC Championship, and you have a young quarterback that should be on the rise. You have a young play caller that should also be on the rise in Davis Webb. So I think absolutely the expectation needs to be Super Bowl or bust for this squad. I will disagree with you. I do think it's a fairly full wide receiver room. I think the only room I'm going to disagree with you on is the tight ends. I don't think the tight ends are very good. I think it's full if you want to count just the number of bodies.
Yeah,
but not
they're
the
all
level
full.
Not the level of talent.
There's a lot of talent in the wide receiver room?
I would say so, yeah.
Oh, there is. Well, then who's the number 3?
Troy Franklin.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Pat Bryant's not the number 3?
No.
Marvin Mims isn't the number 3?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Troy Franklin, guy went for 700 yards a year ago. Is that not a good number 3 to have? Would you not take that as a number 3 wide receiver production?
Well, what the assumption would be that because he had 70-some targets. You think he's going to get 70-some targets with Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton?
Maybe.
And by the way, I've heard Stokely and some of you guys are like, well, Evan Ingram is going to become a player he hasn't been in a long time.
I'm tired of Evan Ingram.
What do you mean? He's the breakout dark horse for the second year in a row.
It was actually you are the one that convinced me when we were doing the show on Juneteenth. I was saying I'm expecting a bounce back year from Evan Ingram, and you were on the opposite side of the debate there, and you convinced me. Your opposite side, it worked. I am out on Evan Ingram. I need to see production before I am starting to hype him up again.
All right, so,
but the receiver room, you don't think a group of the guys we just said, Waddle, Sutton, Franklin, Bryant, Mims, you don't think that's a good wide receiver room?
Not really. This is what I think. I think Jalen Waddle is a great addition. I think Cortland Sutton is very solid. And the rest of it, they're just another guy, bunch of Jags. Like you could interchange them with any other run-of-the-mill wide receiver on any other team. You could cut all of them and re-sign a whole other group of dudes, and you wouldn't miss any of them. Like there's nothing dynamic, which is my only. I'm bullish on the Broncos. I think Sean Payton's done a good job. My only concern is, okay, on this team now, and it's been like this for years. Now you have one guy. Right, you have Jalen Waddle that you're like, yeah, I'm concerned about that. For years, there's been almost nobody on the Broncos you would draft into your fantasy football team.
I think that's fair. I was actually one of the suckers that
other than like in the 7th round.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, I was one of the suckers that did draft Evan Ingram last year.
Me too. Because you want to know why? I listened to Brandon. Well, last year was everybody on our team was like, oh yeah, Evan Ingram, he's a joker. He's going to be 1,200 yards and 8 touchdowns, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, well, I got him at a spot in my draft where it was like, well, it makes sense.
It's a steal. You get him late in the draft. Turned out not to be a steal.
Yeah, his one touchdown was fantastic. So, yeah, am I wrong? Like
I think you're wrong at the wide receiver room. I think the combination of Jalen Waddle and Cortland Sutton, you have guys that complement each other very well.
That.
I think Troy Franklin's a solid number 3. I don't think you're going to find many better number 3 wide receivers in the NFL.
But you're using his numbers as a number 2 and saying they're going to be the same as the number 3.
What else do I have to draw from? He's only been in the NFL for 2 years. The only thing I could draw from is this great year 2 that he had.
No, you could draw from his first year too. You could actually take the whole sample size into effect.
Yeah, but he's on the upswing here. We saw the production year 1. It's hard to be productive in the NFL in year 1. You're a young guy. You don't know the ropes yet. Year 2, he came out and surprised a lot of people. I expect year 3 to be even better than year 2.
Somebody says on the text line, Dan, what number 3 receiver is not a Jag? Brandon Stokely. Brandon Stokely's not a Jag.
Stokely!
What about those guys like the Edelmans and
Edelman was Super Bowl MVP.
Well,
I don't think he was wide receiver 3.
Didn't start as
a guy by the name of Julian Edelman. You might know him.
Edelman, who was the other guy? Welker. Wasn't Welker a number 3 generally?
Probably to start, but by the end of them, they're top producing wide receivers for those teams. So I think they do have a good wide receiver room. I think Troy Franklin is actually probably the best combination of speed and size on the team as far as the wide receivers go. So I'm expecting good things out of this wide receiver. I'm expecting good things out of Bo Nix and Davis Webb, making sure that all those guys get their fair amount of touches and get open.
All right. So Bo Nix led the league in most. There was only a couple where he was actually down quite far. But he led the league, not led the league, but was in either the top 5 or 10 in quite a few categories. Led the league in passing attempts, had almost 4,000 yards. Didn't knock your socks off with his touchdown numbers. They could go up a little bit. I think the consensus was he was up until recently when we started hearing, was he disrespected? I think I heard on this show, Cecil, I love you. Josh, I love you. I don't want to misrepresent anything you said, but there was this idea floated that he was being disrespected by not getting legitimate MVP conversation. If all those rooms are so great and he had a pretty darn good year last year, are we talking Bo Nix MVP? Or is it, are you jaded? Because you guys are running him out of the league because he's an old man on broken ankles. Where you work on the drive. All the fear-mongering I hear on your show, where are you at?
The fear-mongering is Zach Bye is suspect number one on that. I am not as fearful about Bo Nix's ankles. I think he's going to be just fine. He's only missed one game in his NFL career. It did happen to be the AFC Championship, unfortunately, but I think he will be in the MVP conversation. MVP conversation in the NFL is so weird, though, because you can look at Russell Wilson, who's had a fantastic career during his days in Seattle. He never even received an MVP vote. So it seems to be very top-heavy by the end of the season with who's getting the MVP votes. But I think he'll be in the conversation, at least betting odds-wise, especially if they can repeat their win success from last year. Maybe not even 14 games, but if they can get to that 12-win mark, I think there's a good chance that he's in that MVP conversation.
All right, coming up next, I want to have this conversation because it just kind of hit me last week. Are the Broncos really, after not being close for so long, are they really kind of the new kings, at least for now, of the AFC West? Let's get into that next.
The countdown is on. Broncos training camp is less than a month away. Rookies report July 22nd. Veterans hit Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit on the 28th. Bo Nix is expected back at full speed. Sean Payton skipping joint practices to maximize every rep. And it all builds toward a season opener on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. From camp battles to kickoff, Denver Sports has you covered. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's that time of year, time to get your lawn in great shape for the season. And when it comes to healthier, greener grass, I know of no two better products than Rich Lawn Turf Food and Revive Ready Spray. Rich Lawn Turf Food is premium organic-based fertilizer that builds stronger soil and keeps your lawn lush and green longer. And you'll find Rich Lawn Turf Food along with Easy Green Grass Seed, Iron Rich for yellow lawns, and Go Rich organic-based garden fertilizer at the Home Depot or your local garden center. Then give your lawn a boost with Revive, the fast-acting organic-based lawn treatment that helps create thicker, greener grass with deeper watering and deeper roots. Say goodbye to the backyard blues, guys. With Rich Lawn and Revive, your yard will be ready in no time. Find it at Home Depot or your local gardening center.
Summer hailstorms bring in the 3-ring front porch roofing circus.
In ring 1, there's We're Doing Bob's Roof Down the Street.
And in ring 2, there's We Will Cover Your Deductible.
And in ring 3, What Do I Need to Do to Get You to Sign Today?
Send those clowns to the curb.
Don't turn your home into a circus. Call the pros, Denver Roof Pros.
Check us out at DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
If you have a deck and are wondering if it's time to replace or fix that deck, I have Ron Gibbous from Denver Deck Builders to tell you what to look for.
Usually people upgrade their deck because they want to spend more time outside. We do have customers that will call because their old deck is unsafe or is so old it's not usable anymore. Most of the time, people just want to spend more time outside. They want to have parties. They just want to spend quality time outside.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Hey, Colorado, do you hear that? Not really. That's the sound of your neighbor Gary mowing his lawn at 6 a.m. with his new electric lawn equipment. Gary got 30% off with a statewide discount on all new electric lawnmowers, trimmers, and leaf blowers. Don't sleep on this great deal. Statewide discount only through the end of 2026. Learn more at simplestepsbetterair.org. Again, that's simplestepsbetterair.org.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. And when it comes to your internet, you want the most intelligent, and that's what they provide. The most intelligent Wi-Fi that can hunt down and fix problems. Reliability, well, you want the most reliable Wi-Fi for streaming, gaming, working from home, and coverage that goes wall to wall in your home. How about security? Wi-Fi that's security blanket for your network and reliability. Fiber-powered network with 99.99% reliability, built for speed so you can run multiple devices at at once, and Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home tie and work together. Consistency, you can lock in 5 years of predictability. 5 years, the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi with our best equipment. Plus, you can get online with minutes, same-day Wi-Fi. Hey man, that's the price lock guarantee. 5 years, same price, no contracts, no commitments. It's all included. Everything you need, including the data and equipment, the most reliable Wi-Fi. That's Xfinity, guys. Imagine that.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In Today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Are you trolling me, Joe?
Yes, I am.
Is now, I honestly can't answer. This has to be young, early Beaver. Like when he was like 12 or 13.
Yeah,
this is
probably when I was like 6th grade. So
Okay.
the girls would go crazy for this.
Oh, I know. All right, well, thank you, Joe. We appreciate you.
Now you can bond with your daughter over this song.
Yeah. By the way, because you mentioned, we're going to talk a little bit about the Chiefs here. You mentioned the Taylor Swift wedding. My daughter told me yesterday she wants to go to a Chiefs game because she thinks
She'll meet Taylor Swift and become best friends?
Well, Taylor Swift will be here. She'll get to see her. Which, do you think now that she's Mrs. Travis Kelce and
People are
she's
not
not
gonna like that phrasing,
she's not
Dan.
touring anymore, do you think she'll come to go out to all the road games to support her husband?
Not because of anything you just said, but I think it might be Travis Kelce's final year in the NFL, so I could see her going to every game, just as a little last dance kind of situation.
Okay. All right, so I did want to talk about the Chiefs because it hit me, Dante, that like last year was a complete surprise, right? Like they won the AFC West, nobody was expecting that, and the Chiefs just completely melted down, and they weren't even a good football team. We were shocked what we were seeing with our eyes, and then right there at the end, Patrick Mahomes, shredded his knee or whatever. And I'm looking at it now, I'm like, I can't see the Broncos not winning the AFC West.
Really?
How do they not win the AFC West?
I think the Chargers and Chiefs are going to be really good this year. I think it's a 3-horse race, and I'm not sure anybody has the lead.
What?
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Okay, because for so long around here, I was told, because I liked Sean Payton from the start. I thought he was the guy that they needed to solidify things here, build a foundation here. Turns out, of course, I was right. But,
I was also right. I just want to throw that in there.
Okay, but a lot of guys were like, Jim Harbaugh, blah, blah, blah. What has Jim Harbaugh shown that since he's been with the Chargers, how has the outcome been different in the playoffs? Or even the regular season, to be honest with you? How many AFC West championships do they have with Jim Harbaugh?
I think he's only been there for 2 years, so I'm going to give him a little bit of an excuse. But they've gone to the playoffs with him, and they're more of a real threat. I think this is the year that Jim Harbaugh has to show something with the Chargers by going out and winning the division or going out and winning a playoff game. But I'm not going to rule out Jim Harbaugh just because they lost in the first round this year.
Well, but the Broncos were better last year, and they've gotten better this year.
They have, but Chargers have also gotten better. They also brought in probably one of the better offensive coordinators in football, Mike McDaniel, a local kid here from Denver.
I like Mike McDaniel. People hated him.
I like him too. I think he's fun. I think his little antics on the sideline are kind of fun. He's fun in terms of the viewing experience of watching the Miami Dolphins play offense too. I think he's a good person to have in the NFL.
I just got to be honest. I love his sense of humor is like a mirror of mine. Like I love his sarcastic, silly. I love his sense of humor. But some of my best friends live down in Tampa and Miami, and they hate him. They all hated him. Like, dude, I kind of like him.
I think he's fun. I think he's a good coach too. Maybe not supposed to be the head coach of an NFL team. Maybe not the leader of 53 men. But I think if you have a solid head coach, which the Chargers do, in Jim Harbaugh, I think he's a fantastic offensive coordinator to have in the building. He comes from the Kyle Shanahan coaching tree, so they're good at running the ball, and obviously they were a potent passing attack with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle down there as well.
So I did take a look,
you guys, man.
I did take a look at this because they think Patrick Mahomes is really trying to get back for Week 1. It was a very serious injury, so I think this idea, if you guys are going to fearmonger on the drive about Bo Nix with his ankles, the notion that after a down year his team around him just wasn't good either, as good either, and Patrick Mahomes for 2 years now really has not been the same type guy. But to expect him just to come back Week 1 and be the same old prime Patrick Mahomes, I'm just not so sure about it. So I did some checking. Their win total right now with the odds makers is 10.5 wins for the Chiefs, favoring a major rebound over last year's 6-win season. And then the Super Bowl outlook at BetMGM has been soaring, or souring, but still respectable figures at placing the Chiefs at 1,500 plus 1,500 odds to win the Super Bowl, which ranks them tied for the 5th best odds in the NFL. Who would you expect if you had not that we're bettors, but if you had a little extra change to just roll around, would you be more likely to place that play money on the Broncos to win the Super Bowl? Or was that to get to the odds to win the Super Bowl or the Chiefs?
I think I'd go Broncos to win the Super Bowl. But if we're talking about winning the division, I think I'm going to go with the Chargers. I really think that the Chargers are going to win this division. For all the reasons we were just explaining about Mike McDaniel. And you're talking about Patrick Mahomes hasn't quite been the same guy the last 2 years here. I don't think they want him to be the same guy. They go out and sign Kenneth Walker. I think they're going to be a run-heavy team. So I think they're going to be a very different dynamic there and maybe rely on him more in fourth quarters and rely on him more on third downs, more spot moments, not as much Mahomes carrying the team throughout the regular season. But I still think the Broncos have the best chance of going out and winning the Super Bowl, even if they don't win that division. I just think that last year's experience was great for them. And you got Bo Nix a year older. You got Davis Webb, supposedly a prodigy that's going to go on and be the next great head coach in the NFL too. It just feels like everything is lining up this year. And then if you want to talk about Vance Joseph coming back too, he has led a great defense the last 2 years here in Denver. And he's could be up for a head coaching gig. So it feels like you got to get one now before you lose either or both your coordinators.
All right. So Joe, I need you to help me. Joe's my man on Sundays. We ride together, right? I need you to help me remember this, maybe save the tape, because this is exactly what these guys during the week do.
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
He just said a couple weird things. One is, he's going to pick the Chargers, right?
To win the division.
But to win the division, and then in the next breath, but the Broncos could win the Super Bowl.
Yes.
When the Chargers flame out and come in third in the division, he's going to act like this never happened, because this is what they all say. I'll say, Dante, you said the Chargers are going to win the division. And you'll be like, no, I never said that. In fact, I said the Broncos could win the Super Bowl. Well, yeah, you probably did, right? You said both. And so you'll totally back away and pretend like I distorted your words when you're up here crowing about the Chargers.
No, I'm going to stand by. I mean, I'm not going to forget. I'll tell you that every time I look in my my bet slips on my futures, I will tell you, yep, I think the Chargers are going to win the AFC West. So I put my own money on it. I will not back off of this one, Dan. I am Chargers to win the division, but I don't think they quite have what it takes to win the Super Bowl. There's the phrase "Chargers are going to Charger" for a reason.
Yes.
So I don't trust their playoffs prowess, but I do trust their regular season and their ability to go out and win 12, 13 games.
All right. And then what do you make of, I'm just highly skeptical that, it was because wasn't it not just like, hey, he tore his ACL, but it was like 2 ligaments, or wasn't it a fairly catastrophic injury for Patrick Mahomes how many games are left in the season? 2 or 3?
I think it was a little bit more than that. Maybe it was like early December. late November.
Okay.
But either way, I mean, towards knee or towards ACL, I think it was either the MCL or the LCL on top of that as well.
On top of,
so definitely catastrophic, but modern medicine, Dan, I think we're seeing guys come back from those injuries quicker than ever. It sounds like he got the surgery incredibly fast after the injury happened, which with an ACL, typically you need to wait for the inflammation to go down. It did not sound like he did wait, just so he can have that turnaround time be even faster coming towards this year. I just don't believe that I think he's going to be ready to go week 1.
Okay. Well, I know
national television,
he's
Broncos,
shooting
Chiefs.
for that, but that doesn't mean he's Patrick Mahomes. I would be shocked if he came out and he was Patrick Mahomes in the first quarter of the season, the guy that we remember.
Typically, it does take a while for those ACL injuries. Almost never does the player look like he did in that following year, but it's the year after that when they return to their regular form there. So no, I definitely think there will be some growing pains this year for Patrick Mahomes. He's not going to be maybe as mobile as what we've seen in the past. Maybe not trust his body in the way that we've seen in the past. But I still think they have a heck of a good quarterback with Mahomes, even if it is him just in the pocket or handing the ball off to Kenneth Walker, the Super Bowl MVP.
I'm here. And just, by the way, just to finish this off, how sick and tired are we going to be of the Travis Kelce retirement tour by the end of the season?
Oh,
with
very.
Taylor and all that stuff. I mean,
I'm going to say we won't even make it past week 1. It'll be during week 1, national television, ESPN. We will already see many complaints.
Are you one of those guys that just hates on Taylor Swift?
No, I actually like Taylor Swift.
At the games, like they just.
I don't mind her at the games. Yeah, I think it's absurd. I have friends we'll be sitting on the couch watching the game, like, oh, all they do is show Taylor Swift. I'm like, dude, that's the first time they showed her in 2 hours. No, I do not get irrationally mad when they show Taylor Swift.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to jump back into, because I think earlier in the show, Dante, if I'm not mistaken, you were talking about that farewell, the LeBron farewell tour. If it's with the Nuggets, it won't be intolerable, but I think we all agree the Travis Kelce one will be intolerable. Let's go again. Let's reset the table. Let's check the temperature. LeBron, Denver Nuggets, Skyline jersey. Will it look good? We'll get into that next.
LeBron James. Colton, Drury, and Nichushkin all gone. New faces are already in the fold, with the entire blue line back as well after a Western Conference final sweep that still stings. How will the Avs retool around McKinnon for another cup run? Every trade, every signing, every take. Denver Sports has you covered all summer long. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Summer should be a time of joy for children, but Wish kids often miss out due to their illness, creating a dark chapter during a time that should be filled with sunshine and memories. A wish from Make-A-Wish Colorado can change everything for these children, giving them the strength and hope they need to persevere in their fight against critical illness. My name is Carrie Fletcher. I'm part of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. Today, Alpine Bank hopes you'll decide to make a life-changing impact in the life of Colorado Wish kids by supporting Make-A-Wish Colorado. There are currently more than 450 Colorado kids with critical illnesses who are waiting for a life-changing wish, and 110 more kids will be diagnosed this summer. You can help make their wishes come true. Visit wish.org/Colorado to help Make-A-Wish Colorado grant some memorable wishes this summer.
If you're going to ask her to spend the rest of your life with you, shouldn't you give her a diamond worthy of that journey?
One that you can give her with no regrets?
A diamond that shines like no other.
That's why our family started Williams Jewelers over 75 years ago. I'm Michelle.
And I'm Bruce Williams. Today, Williams Jewelers is Denver's finest diamond engagement ring store with 10 times the selection of diamonds, engagement rings, and wedding bands you'll find in average stores.
Where you get a lifetime quality guarantee that protects you for the life of the ring.
A lifetime diamond upgrade guarantee.
A 30-day money-back price and total satisfaction guarantee.
And no regrets.
Give her a diamond worthy of her and your money's worth.
Say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, Rob Biandino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled about 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. Man, I see so many bad stops on these DUIs, unlawful arrests, the police putting body cams off, the evidence is sketchy. We got to go get the evidence. We go find those cameras, the stores, the ATMs, the banks. We got the experts to challenge their breath tests, their blood tests. My office has over 100 years experience at this stuff. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com or 720-706-5151.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In Today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Quarter number 4, Dover and Cecil. I'm Dante Gomez. That's Dan Jacobs sitting in for those guys. Well-deserved holiday off. Me and Dan Britton breaking down pretty much everything Denver sports today. We're going to revisit the LeBron conversation here shortly. Just had a couple great segments on the Denver Broncos. You can go and listen to those, hour 3 of the Dover and Cecil podcast when Joe gets those up. Joe also filling in for Alex behind the glass. Glad to have him part of the squad today, part of the tribe today. Excuse me.
Yeah, get that right, sir. Tribe.
Well, I was told from the text line I'm more part of the tribe than you are, because I was questioning if I was a member of the tribe. But it sounds like they're welcoming me with open arms.
I think you're running with one texter's, one man's opinion, and I actually had checked the records, the tribe roll call records, like the official rolls, and the guy that texted you that had been banned from the tribe. So,
really?
So, yeah.
Is the tribe? Is there a Native American element to that? Like, is it like, do they all do like the chop, the FSU chop? Is it not related?
Not
to
that I heard. It's just like
like the
Part
group
of the
squad,
tribe, man.
Okay.
We're like a tribe or a family. Blah blah blah. By the way, I did take issue with something that you said. You were parroting Cecil, where he says the truth isn't supposed to feel good. I don't know. He's very philosophical.
No, he says something along those lines. It might not be word for word, but it's something about like the truth is. Yeah, I think it is. The truth isn't supposed to make you feel good.
I don't know that I agree with that.
With the sentiment of it, or the fact
Correct.
that Cecil says it?
No, Cecil can say whatever he wants.
Okay.
I don't know that it's necessarily accurate, because what I've been kind of going on is it's kind of like this. If you believe you're going to have a bad day, that's true, right? But if you believe you're going to have a great day, that's probably
kind of speak
true.
it into existence is what you're saying?
Yeah, so there are people that right now believe that our country is on fire, and we're all divided, and we hate everything, and everything sucks.
We should all
right?
be upset.
Like we're in the end times, so to speak, and it's terrible. But there are also other people that say, you know what, there's probably never been a better time in the history of this planet to be alive. And they can look at the positive. But
Glass
does that
half
mean
full.
it's not true? Is it not true if you look at their metrics?
Well, what's your truth?
I'm on the positive side.
I also am. I think it's a great time to be alive. Obviously, there's negatives, and there's negatives to every era of U.S. history and world history, but I think there's more positive than negatives going on. So, all right, I get where you're coming from, though. It's whatever. It's your perspective on things.
Yeah, it was funny, though. I was after the draft, Cecil and I, the little room in there with the couches, like what was our lounge, and we were talking. No sports, just talking about. I don't want to say philosophy, but life stuff and stuff kind of like this. He freaking blew my mind. I was like, dude, you're like going way over my head. Like I can't understand what you're talking about. Like in a good way. I'm not smashing on. I'm like I was very impressed. That I'm impressed with a lot of things with Cecil. But that thing was like, I was like, dude, I don't have the brain power to compute what you're talking about. But this one I did. This one with the truth thing, I think I have a fundamental disagreement with his philosophy.
Well, Cecil seems to be very in touch with himself emotionally and maybe philosophically as well. Yeah. Also, some texts here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Feel free to get involved with the conversation. 303-713-1043. I'm told the Tribe comes from the Tribe Called Quest.
Yes, the worst opening song in the history of any show.
Really?
I hate that song.
Well, which song? I'm not too familiar.
Can we kick it? It's like some.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Like we're better than that. Like it's just I hate the whole one. I don't love music. I don't love kind of the message of the song. Are we some like lazy dope smoking losers that's
the message
cool?
is about inclusionism. What are you talking about?
We might not be, but I think we're filling in for a couple.
Oh, hey! On that note, what's next, Dante?
No, let's get into the LeBron conversation. We've had it a couple times today, but I think there's so many different angles to take on it. Obviously, reports coming out that LeBron is considered the Denver Nuggets here as his next team. Reports came out a couple days ago that he will not return to the Los Angeles Lakers. You can make of that what you will. I took it as the Lakers were ready to move on from the LeBron James business, and he's looking for his next stop. I still think it's more likely than not that he ends up being a Golden State Warrior next season. There's just a lot of signs that point to it. The familiarity with the coach, Steve Kerr, has played U.S. basketball under Steve Kerr. Good relationship there. Great relationship with Draymond Green, who's also a member or has been a member of the Golden State Warriors for the last decade plus. Also good relationship with Steph Curry. Also on the list, I believe Rich Paul mentioned the ability to play golf for LeBron James. He's been on a big golf kick. I don't know if you've seen any of that.
I have
not. He posts about it a lot. I think he recently got into the game a couple years ago. Him and Bronny. Bronny actually has a great-looking swing already for somebody that I don't believe has too big of a background in the sport. So I love golf. The ability to golf apparently is on his list of what makes him happy at his next stop. Obviously, some great Denver or golf here in Denver. So I think that would check. I don't think.
Wait a minute. During the NBA season? Last year, we didn't have a winner, so you can make the argument. Traditionally, that's the biggest frustration I have with golf. In Colorado, you got to take a break because of the weather, and I can never translate. I don't want to say really good, but I'd get at least decent by the end of a full golf season, and then you take that Colorado winter time break, and then I start back. It's like starting from scratch every single year. And by the way, our friend Chris Bianchi, he's calling for some El Nino type.
We're supposed to have quite a winter based on what they're saying.
Yeah, so I don't think he'd be playing much golf next season because the NBA plays during the winter.
All right, Dan, you're right. It's settled. He'll be a Phoenix Sun.
Okay, Phoenix Sun.
That way you can play golf year round.
No, I am looking here. This is not the same. Because I want to see how it had changed, because on the drive yesterday, you guys were talking about how the odds had changed throughout the day.
Yes, and Dan's mentioning that started out at 70-1 in the morning, was at 25-1, and got all the way down to 5-1 in the early afternoon around 2-3 o'clock. So the odds dramatically shifted towards LeBron James joining Nikola Jokic here. They were never quite the favorite. They got as high as to the fourth most likely team. Now looking like the fifth most likely team, and those odds that you were mentioning as well.
All right, so the only tricky thing is I don't have access to the same thing he was talking about as far as those odds. Maybe you can pull it up, Dante. So I'm looking at a different thing from Yahoo Sports now, current implied odds probability. Cavs 44%, Golden State 31%, Heat 12%, Sixers 6%, Nuggets down to 3%.
I'm seeing Nuggets.
Telling me there's a chance.
Exactly. I'm seeing Nuggets at 12-1. So fifth behind the Cavs is the favorite. The Warriors next. The Heat third. Big gap, by the way, between the Warriors and Heat there. Warriors are around 1.5-1. Heat are 7-1. So it takes a big jump there. 76ers at 8-1 next, and then the Nuggets at 5-1. However, they are next to the Washington Wizards at 15-1. So I don't know how much stock you want to put into these odds.
Yeah. So you guys
I
got
think it's
quite
very
excited
unlikely.
about it yesterday, but I still think it's unlikely. It was kind of funny because I heard you guys talking about this on the show yesterday, the real estate deal, right? About, well, Kroenke just became the largest landowner, and LeBron wants to get into real estate because he has that type of bank, and boy, they could use that as a selling point. Dude, they don't need that as a selling point. He's already tight with Josh. If they want to do stuff together after he's done it a year or two, he doesn't have to be playing for the Nuggets to get real estate. You don't think that the Kroenkes want to be in the real estate business with LeBron James if they can?
I think they would do that regardless if he's a member of the Nuggets or not. But there is that pre-existing relationship with Josh Kroenke and LeBron James. I believe Brian Windhorst has mentioned it in the past, them vacationing together.
Right. You guys were talking about that. He was on the boat, and this is a fair point. I can't even believe this happened, but he was on Josh Kroenke's yacht for like a week.
Yeah, they're best buddies.
That's a long time to be on a boat.
Well, I think it's not quite a boat. I think it's a yacht.
Well, I know, but still, I don't know if they pulled it in port and whatever they did. You probably have more experience with that than I do, Dante. But that's
with yachting,
and all those how you guys do, rich people do vacations and stuff. But that's still, to Zach's point yesterday, that's quite the commitment to vacation like that with somebody, which is weird. That is your rival. Like at that point, whenever they went on this trip, five, however many years ago it was, 10 years ago, that he owns a separate NBA team than you. Like, that's almost, I guess you can get away tampering rules, but it was just a very odd dynamic to me.
Well, they might be more than that at some point. I believe LeBron James wants to get into the NBA ownership area at some point when his career is over here. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's a part of that Vegas ownership group. I know that has been rumored. Seattle also maybe getting an expansion team there. Portland potentially moving out of Portland with their arena debacle that's going on up there with their new ownership up there. So I think that there's a chance that they might be peers at some point in terms of owning NBA franchises. All right, well, that was more of the off-the-court stuff with LeBron James joining the Nuggets. Let's dive more into the on-the-court and how that would look coming up next.
The Rockies aren't winning the West, but they might be one of the most fun teams in baseball now. Rookie T.J. Rumfield is raking. Hunter Goodman's launching homers at a rate that has all-star voters and trade deadline scouts paying attention. Mickey Moniak is back healthy, and Sid Satella's having a career year out of the bullpen. The trade deadline's August 3rd. Who stays? Who goes? What's the new front office building toward? Denver Sports is all over it. Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Hey everybody, Cecil Lammy here from my friend SodaDietNutrition.com. And right now, the big summer offer, you can get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention The Fan. Call 866-800-SODA and mention me and 104.3 The Fan. SodaDietNutrition.com online. And here's the thing. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds, and I've never gained it back. It's never coming back because of the tools that Soda gave me. What is it? Knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat goes such a long way. We all have busy lifestyles, okay? Do not think that you're too busy to lose the weight the right way, because that's what I thought, and I was completely wrong. But feel oh so right now because of SodaDietNutrition.com. Again, get the 4 weeks free on the big summer offer. Call 866-800-SODA and mention The Fan. 866-800-SODA and mention Cecil Lammy and 104.3 The Fan. Also, SodaDietNutrition.com online. You want to lose the weight, you want to keep it off. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, We're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here, and there's no better time to get your yard looking good, and there's no better way to do it than with Rich Lawn. With the organic-based fertilizer, Rich Lawn Turf Food, you'll get greener grass and build your soil for a beautiful yard. And while you're at it, don't forget to check out Revive to revitalize your lawn for deeper roots and deeper watering. Get Rich Lawn and Revive products at your Home Depot or your local gardening center. With Rich Lawn and Revive products, you'll have your yard ready in no time.
All new drinks are now at McDonald's, with refreshers like the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher and the Mango Pineapple Refresher with popping boba, to crafted sodas like the Sprite Berry Blast with berry flavors and cold foam. Who knew ice cold drinks could be so fire? 6 all new drinks are here now at McDonald's.
Refreshers contain caffeine.
Colorado's largest fireworks show, 22 minutes that absolutely blow the roof off. July 4th at Dick's Sporting Goods Park. But first, the main event. Team USA takes on Portugal in the inaugural World Rugby Nations Cup with Tonga versus Zimbabwe kicking off the doubleheader. The free Fourth Fest Festival starts at 3 p.m. 2 world-class rugby matches. Then a fireworks finale that'll rattle your fillings. America's 250th. One epic night. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com.
Don't care for my local hometown team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't get fooled by out-of-state private equity corporations that are buying local HVAC companies, offering higher prices, bad service, and shady sales tactics. Don't trust your home to someone out of state when you have the best company right here in town. ROX are experts in local energy rebates and tax credits to save you money only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built America's financial foundation on sound money, later embodied by the gold standard. But we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have seen inflation erode the dollar's value. What's the foundation of your savings? Is it gold or something that can be devalued? Hi, it's Dr. Ron Paul, and I encourage you to speak with my friends at Birch Gold Group about diversifying an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Learn more by requesting a free info kit on gold IRAs. Just text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Let Birch Gold help you build your foundation with gold. Text the word SECURE to the number 989898. Text SECURE to 989898.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Weichert Realtors.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
maybe not appealing to him, or maybe not as appealing to him as somewhere like Miami or Golden State. We're going to break down more of the on-court, how that would look here. We have a text here from the RamosLaw.com text line. Feel free to hop in on the conversation. 303-713-1043 from the 9338. Have we thought about LeBron using Denver to drive up the price, a la Dwayne Wade? I don't think that's what's going on here. LeBron James, from all the reporting that's come out, is he is not looking for a maximum contract in his next stop. He is looking for basketball happiness, and just happiness in general. So it sounds like he is willing to take a smaller contract, maybe in that $3 to $15 million range. But it is interesting to see the almost sliding doors moments of LeBron almost coming to Denver twice in his history in the league here. Could the third bite of the apple be the time that it works out for the Nuggets? Obviously, 2003, he gets drafted. Nuggets could have had that number 1 overall pick. 2018, Nuggets wanted him, didn't. He ended up not taking the meeting here in Denver, signs with the LA Lakers. It felt like everyone kind of knew he was going to the Lakers at that point. But this is the first time where it does feel like it is pretty open to where his next stop is going to be. Dan, do you feel the same way as the LeBron James sweepstakes continues here?
You know what is cool to talk about is I remember doing a show with Brandon Stokely probably 5-6 years ago before the Nuggets got real good. Nikola was really coming into his own, and I when I was full-time here at the station, I covered the Nuggets for years, and it was always the same thing. We couldn't even keep, like, for example, Antonio McDyess, who was our draft pick, and he was a pretty good player, but he was certainly he wasn't a top 10 player. We couldn't even keep guys like, didn't he go to Phoenix? I think he was.
I don't remember.
You were pretty young, but you just could not get NBA players to come here, and a lot of it was the perception that the NBA was a small town, or excuse me, Denver is a cow town. There's no nightlife, and culturally, it's not a great place to be if you're a young African American, and so that's how unmemorable Antonio McDyess was. You don't even remember it, and you're from Phoenix. But
what year was that around? Do you remember?
It was 20 years ago. You would have been
8
alive. I don't know.
It was 97.
Oh, I guess you were not alive. It was 1997.
I was born in 97, so
okay. So
maybe it was on my birthday.
But guys would leave. And I think one thing that people are not fair to Carmelo about is, first off, he did sign one contract here, and he did give the team opportunity to get more back for him when he's like, hey, man, I'm just leaving. That's all. It's a business decision. I want to leave. And people really vilified Carmelo for that. I don't like Carmelo for other reasons, but it's certainly not that. I thought he was fair to the team. He has every right to leave. And now, kind of LeBron's the one that's normalized do what's best, which is, it's funny, but I guess that works for everybody but Nikola, right? Because we hear James, oh, no, you got to trade him right away. Whatever. You think Nikola Jokic won't be fair and give them an opportunity to if he decided to leave, you don't think Nikola Jokic would be like, he would do at least like Carmelo did and said, guys, I'm not coming back?
Well, that would be him doing that now because he is a free agent after this year if he wants to.
Well, I know, but like with Carmelo, they didn't trade him till like midseason.
And maybe if the Nuggets season isn't going well at the halfway mark, he does say, hey, I'm not coming back. I think there would already be signs at that point. Obviously, that would mean he didn't sign his contract extension this offseason, which a lot of people are expecting him to. So we'll see with the Nikola Jokic thing. I know that Brian Windhorst on the Hoop Collective podcast, very popular NBA basketball podcast there, was mentioning that teams have their antennas up about Nikola Jokic and the potential of him being a free agent in 2027, which would be just a year from now. And so if other teams are talking about it, I think it's fair to say that is at least an option that could happen next year, where so many people here in Denver have just assumed that he's going to be a Nugget for life, and he's come out and said, hey, I want to be a Nugget for his whole career. But things change. Things change very quickly in this world, so it wouldn't surprise me. It's not like there's a 0% chance that he leaves after this year. I don't think it's a high percentage chance, but to say it's a 0% chance, I think that's.
But why is that? Why is that not okay if it's okay for everybody else?
It is okay. If he wants to leave, he can leave. I think if he feels that's what's best for him, I would have no ill will towards Nikola Jokic if he decides that what's going on here in Denver's not getting it done. He's not happy with where the team's at, where the coaching staff's at, where the front office is at. I absolutely think he has the right to change teams. Do you not think people agree with that sentiment?
I think a lot of people would be devastated. And
well, you can be sad, but you can still say that, hey,
well,
that's part of the
I think a
game.
lot of people are upset that he hasn't just blindly done what's best for the team and signed the contract.
Well,
I
what's
think
best
they
for the
want him to
team
do
is him
that.
not probably signing even a max contract.
Well, no, but they've offered the extension, and he's not right now willing to do it, which I don't blame him. Now, he does bear, by the way, he does bear some of the responsibility. Like this team, I think the one thing that's not fair to the Cronkies is there's this kind of idea that they don't want to pay anybody, they don't want to pay anything or whatever. They have invested heavily in the Denver Nuggets. We all thought that they had a really good team last year. And again, we can have the argument about who's too slow and who's not athletic. I think they had plenty of talent. We all thought they had plenty of talent. By the way, they were athletic enough in the first part of the year when we thought, man, this might be one of the best teams ever. And then injuries hit or whatever. But they were certainly good enough. But the players ultimately got embarrassed. They got humiliated. And Nikola's part of that. In fact, Nikola, now he wasn't as bad as everybody else, but Nikola, I know specifically, I thought for the first time there was a chink in the armor and that maybe we have seen the best of Nikola Jokic already.
I actually am not ruling that off the table, that we have seen the best of Nikola Jokic. It looks like he's in great physical shape from all of the Team Serbia videos that have come out. He's playing in for his home country, which I think is a great thing for him. Stay in shape throughout the offseason and get the basketball juices flowing. Like I said, he looks like he's in great shape over there. I want to go back to something you said there about Nikola Jokic and his future here, though. If he were to leave, would it make sense to try to trade him? Let's say, or not even if he were to leave, if he were to not sign the extension this offseason, what would be your percentage chance at that point that he gets traded by the deadline?
Well, I think he's going to be in communication because James is like, you got to trade him now. If he says he's not going to sign it, trade him now. You got to get something. I think he would be fair, just like Carmelo was, and I don't think it's going to be a fire sale. So, yeah, obviously, if he's just going to walk, like he's going to let them know the intentions. He's going to say, man, I'm not coming back. Like, that's why it's going to be so fascinating to see if they actually do something that he likes. Are they going to – we all assume that he loves Jamal Murray and this or that. Well, if that's true, because we'd heard that before, is that, well, they'll never get rid of Jamal because Jokic won't allow it. Well, if that's true, then shame on Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray's been a problem around here for a long time. So if he's been protected by Nikola Jokic, then Nikola doesn't deserve to win another championship. But it'll be interesting to see just how this team is remade in the offseason, whether that's enough for Nikola to think, well, even if we don't win it next year, but I like the chemistry. Let's say they bring in some young talented guy or whatever, and they feel good about moving forward. Because I just can't feel good. Okay, their big move is re-signing Payton Watson and running it back. Like the league will have more than passed them by at that point.
Yeah. Well, I want to continue this conversation on Nikola Jokic, his future in Denver. You mentioned adding a young, talented guy. Maybe they already have one of those guys in the building that could be on his way out this offseason as well. All of that and more next.
The Nuggets summer is heating up, and the biggest questions are still on the table. Will Nikola Jokic sign an extension or keep Denver holding its breath? Could a blockbuster Jamal Murray trade reshape the roster? And with Payton Watson hitting restricted free agency, what does the core look like moving forward? Stay locked in. Denver Sports has you covered all offseason long. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody, just want to do this. I do this a couple times a year. It's kind of a public service announcement. You want to check your auto insurance coverage and make sure you have a couple things. One, you want to make sure you have what's called UIM coverage. It's either underinsured or uninsured motorist coverage. And what that is you're not gambling that the person that decides to hit you either has good insurance or has any insurance at all. Because 15% of the people out there don't have any insurance. A lot of people just have the minimum $25,000. So if they seriously hurt you and you go to the hospital or things like that, you're not going to get what your claim is worth. So make sure you have that, and also have MedPay, medical payments coverage. I was working with a client this week. I took a look at their coverage. She had $25,000 in MedPay coverage. It cost her $31. It's pennies on the dollar, and if you need it, you're going to be so glad you have it. A lot of times I'll do these ads, and people will call me the next week wanting to know exactly, well, hey, what'd you say, Dan? Feel free, 303-LAW-4040. We're happy to talk to you about it. That's 303-LAW-4040.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception that they love to bust. You don't need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, make it happen. Call American Financing, 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Do you have a good lemonade recipe? I'm looking for one. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Now that summer is here, so are new opportunities. Fresh as a glass of lemonade. Maybe a home project is on your mind. Would your family like to take a camping trip somewhere fun? Whatever you'd like to make happen this season, Alpine Bank would like to be part of it. There are so many helpful tools and resources we offer to make this a great summer. Please give us a chance to tell you more about them. Stop by sometime soon. Oh, and if you have that lemonade recipe, bring it along too. My wife makes a peach pie that's knock your socks off. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
There's a difference between the cameras you buy at Home Depot and the cameras Vantage installs. Consumer cameras give you a grainy silhouette. Vantage cameras can read a license plate at the end of your driveway with full color night vision, 24/7 recording, and no monthly subscription fees, so you never miss a thing. Invest in real security for your home. Schedule a free Vantage Threat Zone Analysis report for your property. Call Vantage at 720-366-7759 or visit vssicolorado.com today.
At Siltahar Motors, Ford and Lincoln employee pricing wraps up on July 6th. If it's been on your list, now's the time. You pay what Ford employees pay on hundreds of new vehicles. Thousands off sticker, no negotiating. The price is the price. Employee pricing won't last, but Siltahar always has something great coming. 66 years of finding ways to take care of Colorado. See all that is available at sthmotors.com, Highway 36 and Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Brought to you by Common Spirit Health. Hospitals, clinics, and caregivers all connected to advanced healthcare with human kindness in Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Listen up, Denver. This hour's keyword is shutout. SHUTOUT. Text shutout to 303-713-1043 right now for your chance to win a $250 gas card. That's shutout to 303-713-1043.
By texting, you agree to receive an automated marketing message from DenverSports 104.3 The Fan. Message and data rates may apply. For complete rules or to enter the keyword online, visit www.denversports.com/keyword.
should be a special 4th of July for everybody out there. We were just breaking down Nikola Jokic, his future in Denver. Got a couple of good texts here that I wanted to get to. Feel free to hop in on the conversation. 303-713-1043, the RamosLaw.com text line, or hop in on the Shop Honda YouTube chat as well. And here, this text line, I hate when people start texting on it and then they start moving on me.
Keyword.
I know. You know what? We'll do that while I
hold on.
search for it.
Go ahead. Read the thing. There's one text I would like to get to that's actually interesting, that makes you think. That
compared to the other ones that aren't interesting.
No, well, they're not all interesting. You got to bring your A game to get on there. But he said, guys, you're saying this wrong. He said he wants.
That's the one I wanted to go to.
Yeah, he wants to be a Nugget for life, not would be a Nugget for life. And you know what's funny is if he truly wants to be a Nugget for life,
he could be.
Yeah, why don't you sign the contract?
That's a great point.
It's whose hands is it in? It's not like they're saying, well, we want you to take less. They offered him a max contract. So if he really wants to be a Nugget for life, why won't he?
Yeah, so there was two. There was that text, and then another one here from the 4676. Jokic has no blame. If any of his top teammates besides Gordon had half his desire, they would win, or they'd have another title. And I don't completely disagree with that. I think that Jamal Murray's been a big part of the reason they haven't been able to compete for another title since the first one there in 2023. But real quick, summer is here, which means road trips. But with high gas prices, you're questioning whether or not to take that trip. DenverSports is here to help. Enter for your chance to win a weekly $250 gas card and a possible grand prize of $1,000. All you have to do is listen for the keyword every hour and text it to 303-713-1043 before that hour ends. The more keywords you enter, the more chances you have to win. For complete rules, visit DenverSports.com/keyword. So Nikola Jokic is the future. It does feel like we have some support here on the text line. Me and you were, what I thought was going out on a limb here, saying that it's not his fault if he wants to leave this organization. I think the organization has somewhat left him in a position that is not advantageous towards him going out and winning another championship. But I am curious about what do you, and I don't think anyone truly knows the answer to this unless you're Nikola Jokic, unless you're Josh Kroenke. How much of a say do you think Nikola Jokic has in this organization? How involved is he in decisions like the head coach, like the co-GMs, like free agency, like Payton Watson sticking around? Do you think he is a partner with the Denver Nuggets here?
I think partner is a strong word. In certain organizations are more resistant to getting input, and they've always shielded Nikola, because if you've ever asked anybody publicly from the organization, they've always said no, and that way Nikola could say, yeah, because it's awkward, right? Like you're a teammate, so you shouldn't be calling the shots on your fellow teammates, right? But if he has been, well, then he's complicit. It's on him. It goes back to what we were talking about last segment. I find fault, particularly with this last season, other than I think the Nuggets should be better at evaluating good players versus bad players. They've been so desperate. That was the Michael Porter Jr. contract. What we were talking about, where in years past you just couldn't get guys to stay or guys to come here. So they had to overpay Michael Porter Jr. when he never became a max player, right? But they kind of had to do it because they were scared to death to lose him. And that's the same fear that they've always had with Jamal Murray. But think about it. Take a step back, Dante. If they had not re-signed Jamal Murray, the thing you always heard was, well, yeah, but who are they going to get to replace him? Well, I can't answer that specifically, but with all these guys jumping around and things like that, how many opportunities have they missed for being bold and making big swings because of Jamal Murray? He's costing you more than he's giving you as far as opportunities. But that's always been this fear, right? We're driven out of fear. Well, we can't let him go because who we're going to get to replace him? Well, if you're going to live out of fear, then I guess, okay, live in your fear. But he's costing them opportunities. Now, if Nikola's been protecting him, well, then that's on Nikola. And by the way, the greats, they do get more out of their players. They do say, hey, I need more help. They do have an active interest because they have a burning desire to not lose. And I've seen it more. People like kind of still are going off like 5 or 6 years ago about Nikola when he was kind of unassuming and didn't want to be the MVP and all that stuff. I think from what I'm seeing, he does have a burning desire to win. Now he's a different player. He's not a Michael. He's not a Kobe. He's got a unique skill set from the history, throughout the history of the league. I think, but it's fair for him to weigh his options and say, what are you guys going to do this year? It clearly didn't work. I don't blame the Nuggets for not working last year. I blame the players, but the Nuggets can't stand pat if they expect to keep a guy like that.
Yeah, and it has been rumored that he's been involved with signings like Russell Westbrook. Payton Watson has been one of his guys, so I am curious to see how much the Nuggets organization wants to buy into Payton Watson. He's a restricted free agent this year. There's been rumors that he could get anywhere from $28 to $30 million per year. Maybe if he is Nikola Jokic's guy, the Nuggets will be willing to pay a guy like that. Would you be willing to keep Payton Watson around here and what he brings to this team? Maybe a little bit different, his skill set than what they have on the roster outside of him. Would you be willing to pay a price tag like $28, $30 million to keep him around?
God, I thought we were talking 20 or 30. I think that's part of the mistakes that they've done is they've been so willing to give out bad contracts like Christian Brown, right? Like not taking into account when is Aaron Gordon's extension going to kick in. Like, it's not like Aaron Gordon's been completely healthy his entire career, and then now all of a sudden, like you have to take into account. They were going to replace. The rumor was, I don't know if this is certain. The rumor was they were looking to move on from Aaron Gordon because they were getting worried about that. They drafted De'Ron Holmes, and then he got hurt. Right, Holmes got hurt, and so well, we got to pay. So they operate out of this fear, like they got to pay Aaron Gordon. Well, Aaron Gordon at $32 million a year now for the next however many years, that's killing you. Giving Jamal Murray, after you gave him a max contract and you saw that he was never going to be the guy that you wanted him to be, but you got a ring, so you got to give him another max contract. These are mistakes in evaluation. It's not a mistake in that they're willing to, pay the money, but you got to spend your money wisely. And I've seen not even a full season out of Payton Watson playing. By the way, when he's playing at his best, he's a 14. His greatest season was 14 points a night. And he shot most of his career. He doesn't shoot the ball very well. He has a small sample size last season where he did shoot the ball well, and we're going to break the bank for him when you just did the same thing for a guy named Christian Brown, and Christian Brown's contract is viewed by a lot of people as widely as one of the worst contracts in the league. You're doing the exact same thing with Payton Watson. And Payton Watson, $30 million a year. I just want them to spend their money better. That's all. It's not my money. I want them to. If Stan Kroenke has to spend $1 trillion for them to be in the Western Conference Finals, fine. I don't care. Spend $1 trillion, but I want them to spend it wisely. And they don't seem. They're like George Payton, like when George Payton was in the driver's seat. They just don't have good judgment when it comes to this. That's all.
All right, well, I want to keep going on that. Good text on the text line here as well. We're going to get to all Nuggets thing, Payton Watson stuff. LeBron James potentially joining the squad as well. Our guys Justin Adams and Michael Rice will be joining us as well as we wrap up Dover and Cecil. Stay tuned. Coming up next.
The countdown is on. Broncos training camp is less than a month away. Rookies report July 22nd. Veterans hit Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit on the 28th. Bo Nix is expected back at full speed. Sean Payton skipping joint practices to maximize every rep. And it all builds toward a season opener on Monday Night Football against the Chiefs. From camp battles to kickoff, Denver Sports has you covered. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see it. You see what they don't say, what they've slowly stopped doing. It's July. The days are long. The light hangs around. Time to be outside, moving, playing, living, and you're sitting it out. Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about getting that life back, because at QC Kinetics, that's what's happening every day. People who are stuck in that cycle of pain in their hips, knees, shoulders, and back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right in their office. No surgery, long recovery, or putting life on hold. Just real relief. The inflammation eases and the pain lets go. We hear it all the time, not just from patients, but from the people around them. He's back. She's herself again. So if this sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation to see if you're a candidate. Call 303-900-8986, 303-900-8986, with locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and The Springs. It's QC Kinetics.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Behind every door is a story. Let Weichert guide yours with expert advice and peace of mind for all of your real estate needs. Weichert, the bright choice. Each Weichert franchised office is independently owned and operated.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy 250th birthday, America. In today for Dover and Cecil, here's Dan Jacobs and Dante Gomez.
Wrapping up Dover and Cecil, I'm Dante Gomez. That's Dan Jacobs filling in for those two. We're also joined by Mike Rice filling in on the drive later today. Mike, how are you doing?
Doing great, Dante. What's up, Dan? Judge?
Yeah. Did you like my joke about you?
I did. Yeah.
I say, you know, I got
Wait, well, time out. Mike gave me nothing on a joke I said the other day, and all of a sudden he likes your jokes?
Hey! I know. I sort of gave him the blow off, the cold shoulder. It was like, you know.
So I said, you know, I was wrong. You know what? I'll admit I was wrong on Mike Rice. You know, I always had this perception when he was working with the other guys that he was just a really nice guy. And he's a much bigger jerk than I thought. No, I'm just
turns out?
Turns out, so I'll give you credit for that.
Mike, I don't care what the other people say about you. I like you.
Well, I appreciate that, Dante. It's funny. So what you're saying, Dan, is that I come over here and my true colors come out.
Yeah, well, because somebody was saying they bet. It was something on the Broncos. And you guys had a bet. It was like you and Joe maybe or somebody. Yeah. And I'm like, there's no way Mike said that. Because it was, I don't want to say negative on the Broncos, but it was something contrary to the Broncos. It was a very harsh criticism of the Broncos. I'm like, Mike would never say something like that. And apparently you did.
I did.
You know?
I think, and Joe just reminded me, I think it had something to do with the postseason. I don't know. I can't remember. My memory is is starting to fade.
I think I'm rubbing off
on.
Here we
will
go.
the Broncos make the playoffs? Because they needed that ridiculous win streak in Bo's rookie year when we lost to Buffalo, and you were like, I just don't see it happening. But they'd won like 5 or 6 straight, and all they had to do was lose like one game, and I won the bet.
See, but again, it's do whatever. Don't do the opposite of what Mike suggests.
Yes.
And so then I'm helping people out.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm taking one for the team. See, I am a nice guy, Dan.
Yeah, you're a very nice guy.
And doggone it, people like me.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe I'm rubbing off on Mike. Mike's been a little bit more pessimistic on our shows lately. You can catch me and Mike on Denver Sports Tonight, Mondays and Friday nights. Mike, we got a question on the text line for you from the 2898. Yo, Mike, where the frick is Condon? Talking about Charlie Condon, who actually was just named to the MLB All-Star Futures game pretty recently, tearing it up in AAA. I don't know if you have an answer for him, but you're getting text immediately as you hopped on, Mike.
Well, I mean, he's got what, like 20 bombs or over 20
like
down
18, and he has like a over 900 OPS.
Yeah, I mean, he's tearing it up. I would suspect we'll see him before the end of the year, if all things being equal, and let's knock on wood, there's no injury, all of that. But I mean, look, they're 34 and 53. Let him continue to grow a little bit. Although I do think, just from the standpoint of the enthusiasm, the energy, the prospect of bringing a guy like that up with his pedigree, I think we'll see it. Barring an injury at the big league level, I don't know that we're going to see it before September. Although, you never know. I mean, at this point, service time's not the issue. That's the first month or so of the season. So, yeah, I'd love to see Charlie Condon come up, and I think he's going to be a guy who, once he's up here, he may just stay.
Yeah, no, he's going to make a name for himself, absolutely, when he gets up here. That'll wrap up our in-depth Rockies conversation.
Well, real quick, though.
You have Rockies thoughts as well?
Because Dante, you and I always do this every year, and we keep an eye on the Rockies' attendance. The Rockies have taken a hit, attendance-wise.
Really?
Yeah, I think the last time you and I talked about it, they were trending early. Because usually you and I talk about it. For the last few years, even opening day weekend has been a little flat, and people say, see, the fans have had enough. And then when the weather turns nice, they're back in the top 15 in attendance. But this year, earlier on, I thought they were like...
I think they were like 16th earlier.
I thought they were higher than that, 14.
They might have been. Yeah, they might have been. I remember they were right around that middle ground, but that early in the year is great for them.
But they've fallen down to 18th, less than 28,000 fans a game, which I'm a little surprised by that. Where are our Rockies fans at?
I don't know, and this is a better year than we've had the last 2 years, so I don't necessarily think it's a direct reflection of the on-field performance from those guys. Let's wrap up our Nuggets conversation here, though. We're getting in-depth there about Payton Watson, what he brings to this team, whether you'd be willing to sign him to what is rumored out there. He could be in store for $28-30 million coming up here as a restricted free agent. Still waiting to hear what team is going to go and offer him that kind of money. It could be the Clippers. I know there's a handful of other teams that could be interested in his services. The $28-30 million move. You're talking about not the inconsistencies, but maybe the lack of exposure that we've seen of Payton Watson. He only really played this last year in bigger chunks, more of a smaller rotational piece. Prior to that, you were talking about, what was it, 14 points a game?
I think he averaged like 14.5 points a game. His shooting prior to this year was poor, and he shot it pretty well most of the year.
Yes.
So his shooting numbers were up, and he's up to 14.5 points a game. Is that worth $30 million? Is it worth $20 million? The problem is because he either didn't get the opportunity or he just didn't play well enough to earn the opportunities. We don't know. And did we not learn our lesson with Christian Brown? We're just going to, I think he only played 60 games or something like that. So a good 3/4 of a season, and you get with these NBA contracts that go forever, and you can't get rid, you can, but it's hard to get rid of them. Like, are we sure? Are we sure? You might.
I don't think we're sure, but I do want to point out, what about the defensive presence that he brings to this team, the athleticism, while still being able to operate on the offensive end? That to me, that was the biggest issue for the Nuggets in the playoffs. Was on defense, they were nothing. They were a negative. It was Nikola Jokic, it was Jamal Murray getting blown by. I think a team, and obviously when Aaron Gordon's not out there, I think this team could use a guy like Payton Watson on the defense.
Well, they could use him. Are they one defensive Payton Watson away from being a real team again? No.
I think it helps a lot going in the right direction.
You think Payton Watson is going to just be the spark that makes the other 4 or 5 guys that play on a consistent basis make them care on defense and to play on defense?
I don't know about that, but when Joker was out with the knee injury this year, he made a lot of people care. I mean, he carried that ball club for several weeks. Here's the deal. I mean, you asked, is he worth it, Dan? I say at $20 million, it's a no-brainer, yes. At 30, I'm thinking about it.
Oh, still thinking about it. Still open to it then.
I'm open to it because it looks like, at least from what we were hearing maybe a week or so ago, that could be the market price. I'm not so sure that's going to be the market price because I think if it were the market price, by now we may have been hearing some legitimate reports that, hey, $30 million is what it's going to take to get this guy, and we haven't heard that yet.
No. So it was surprising to me when it jumped up that high. And again, it's not just $30 million because, again, it's easy for us to spend the money. But until they shed some other salary, you're talking about signing him. You're in the second apron with the repeater tax. And is it $250 million? Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think it's 200 plus.
Yeah. That's a lot of money for Payton Watson.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. However, what if you're pairing Payton Watson with LeBron James? Obviously, the story in Denver the last 48 hours here as his odds of joining the Nuggets have skyrocketed. Mike, we have not had a chance to talk to you about the LeBron James potential in Denver here. Is that something that you would welcome with open arms?
Well, they say to always tease in radio, so I guess you'll have to listen for the next 4 hours.
Oh, look at this guy.
Save it for yourself. How selfish of you, Mike.
See, I don't take one for the team. No, I'm warming to the idea, and Justin and I will. I'm sure. I mean, I'll explain why I'm warming to it. And the teaser is, if they want to be relevant and stay relevant as a air quotes legitimate championship contender, I don't know who else there is. I actually think LeBron holds the key to what direction the Nuggets go in the offseason.
I was saying the same thing, that if you go out and sign LeBron, then there's no problem going in the repeater tax because you're going to make all of that money back and more by having LeBron James on your team. But if you don't get LeBron, then maybe it doesn't make sense to go into that repeater tax. Maybe then it is time to do what Dan was talking about, take that gap year, reset the organization a little bit, try to influx with some youth and athleticism, and you can go for that title in 2027, 2028, years to come if Jokic decides to stay here long term.
And that's the if. I agree with that completely, Dante, and that's like, playing the games on paper, right? But the fly in the ointment is, what does Joker think about that potential strategy? I think, and if he had already signed the extension, then okay, then that becomes a viable option. If he hasn't signed the extension, which we know he hasn't yet, and he's delaying that decision, then it's a lot more complicated to me.
Do you think sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Well, no, it's just kind of implicit into what you were kind of hinting around at is, would he be upset if they started over to some extent? They're not going to do a complete rebuild.
Right.
But I would think, yeah. Like if you're Nikola Jokic, do you not look at this team and go, dude, we were dogs? He said it. He said, we're nowhere near good enough.
Right.
So why would he want them to run it back with the same squad of guys that got him humiliated in the I would be tired if I were Nikola Jokic year after year after year to lose in the playoffs in embarrassing fashion because it goes on his legacy. Jamal Murray doesn't have a legacy. Aaron Gordon doesn't have a legacy. I mean, Aaron Gordon actually has a legacy as we love him and he's Mr. Nugget. But those guys are not going to be remembered in NBA history. And right now, what Nikola Jokic is trending towards is, he for a while there, he was like one of the best players in the league, but not an all-time great and could not get it done in the playoffs. And that, to me, that would hurt. Like I know he says he doesn't care about his legacy, but I don't know if that's true. Like I would want to reset.
I also don't buy that. I think he's very intentional about his NBA legacy and what he's able to accomplish here. So I absolutely do not believe that. And that's where I was going to go with the conversation. Is he on board for a reset? Does he think that's what makes this team better in the long run? Or is it about trying to maximize every year possible and go out and win a championship any year you possibly can? So I think there's definitely multiple paths that the Nuggets can take here. But I don't believe one of the paths will be going into that repeater tax if it does not involve LeBron James.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing them go into the tax at all. And the reason is because that's not been their history. They haven't paid for executives, they haven't overpaid on the roster, and while they've been in the tax at some level.
20 million. So for 2 years in a row, they were in there for 20 million.
Thank you.
The problem is
that's not 200.
Right. The problem is now if they go over, because that's why they got under this year. But if they go under next year, then they'll be a habitual offender, so to speak. They'll be a repeater, and that's when, depending on how far you over, you get killed. But it sticks with you. So if they could duck under, which I just don't know if they can, like how are you going to dump? They need to dump like $100 million in salary. Who's going to take? That's literally like literally Cam, Aaron Gordon, and Jamal Murray. Even if you split it up amongst a couple teams, who's going to do that?
Can I expand, though, this conversation to just generally, why would the NBA do this to itself?
Exactly.
That's what I don't get. It makes zero sense because you talked about it earlier, Dante, when you said free agency in the NBA used to be kind of like
the thing. That's what everyone was tuning in for. It was all the drama come July.
Where are the stars going to go? And now the stars, if they're going to go somewhere, they have to either be at the end of a contract, which means the team is letting them get to free agency that they were with, or they have to make a trade, which is kind of fun, but it's just a lot harder to follow, and it's a lot harder to actually execute if you're one of the team mucky mucks. So why I don't. I mean, these aprons and these like self-imposed penalties. I know they're trying to go for what
They're trying to parity, not
yeah.
have unfair dynasties, not have an unfair advantage. Like you guys love baseball, where you can have the teams spending as much as they want. The Dodgers and Yankees spending unlimited money, and then the Rockies, the Twins, and the Diamondbacks just can't do that. And so I see you want to avoid that, but to make it this complicated, this hard. I don't get it, man. Like
it's ridiculous. They've ruined the NBA offseason.
It's like the death penalty
made here.
Is what it is. It's a death penalty because even if you don't care, because like what happens a lot of times is when you first buy a team, a billionaire first buys a team, they're all about winning and this and that, and they may not mind throwing money away, but most billionaires don't want to throw away $250 million just to say they did.
Yeah, I mean, LeCoub out in Golden State is one that has been willing to spend hundreds of millions, but it's the way that the economic structure of the NBA sits is kind of like the NHL playoff system. I mean, it just makes zero sense at all. And yet here we are. And this is what the Nuggets have to deal with, and this is what they're going to deal with. But I am firmly with you, Dan. They have a ton of salary to get rid of. And if this is just my opinion, I don't know Josh Kroenke. I don't know Stan Kroenke. But if they don't see a path to making back a chunk of that tax money, if not all of it plus, what's the incentive when it's not as if we can sit here as people on the outside looking at this team saying, oh, yeah, they're this piece away or potentially this piece away. They got manhandled by the Timberwolves on the court and off. And, I mean, I hope as the chief cultural officer that Josh Kroenke, as he said in his post-game or postseason presser, takes that to heart and is taking the necessary steps on that end. And now how do they fix the roster?
Right. I think it's irresponsible to run this back. I know Mike Evans is big on in the morning, oh, just spend the money. It's not our money, just spend the money. Why would you spend the money on a team that has shown you they're nowhere close, that got humiliated?
Well, but let me jump in, Dan. I'll push back a little bit because I think, to me anyway, implied in the spend the money is bring in another piece or two that could be impactful, that could then make you a realistic or a serious.
I think Mike Evans' position is no, it doesn't matter. You at least have to run it back. Now, of course, everybody wants you to add pieces, but it's really a detriment because if you do it just for the sake of doing it, you remain basically under a death sentence, right? That's kind of their death penalty here in the NBA is the repeater tax. Like they're saying you can do it for a year or two, but if you do it 3 out of 4 years, well, then you stay in the repeater level. And so you either have to cut bait next season. So why would you do that when you have no legitimate expectation of a championship or anything anywhere close with running it back? Now, LeBron's a different story, maybe, but no, man, you can't just run it back for the sake of running it back just because they're billionaires. They're some of the cheapest billionaires you'll ever meet.
So are you saying they already missed their window to go all in and spend this big money?
I
That
think they
was
did
the
go
last
all in.
2-3 years?
Yeah, I think they made aggressive moves to make this team deeper, and they went all in last year, and it was a complete flop. So they need to hit a little bit of a reset, but you hope it's a 1-year reset where you can develop something, not a 3-year reset because you doubled down on your foolishness.
Yeah, and we've seen teams bounce back pretty quickly there. But real quick, this is KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, and KARS FM Laramie. This is Dover and Cecil, powered by Way Back Burgers.
Now, I don't know where your partner is, Justin Adams, but I flipped the script on him last weekend.
Really?
Because you guys on the Drive, Dante, were talking about, they were almost trying to vilify Coach Prime. There was an article by Sean Keeler.
I think he does that on his own.
Taking out, Justin Adams comes in. Justin, I don't know if you heard after you left on Sunday. I turned it around on you guys. You big time, on you, all you former alumni, all you people of influence at the school, because there was this article by Sean Keeler about how you former alumni are unhappy with what's going on with Coach Prime, and you guys feel like persona non grata. And the biggest driver of that conversation was Coach Prime looked at the failure of you big boosters and alumni to do the right thing and honor the history of this school.
Right.
The tradition of the program.
Yes.
So because you guys have failed so spectacularly.
We?
Yes, you guys. You're a big heavy hitter up there.
Me?
And so now we're going to make Coach Prime the bad guy because he looked at it and said, they don't do right by our players here. So I'm going to do right now by our two guys. Shador and Travis are going up now because I can't count on Justin Adams to do the right thing later.
In one corner.
That's right.
It's the judge.
Out of the thousands and thousands upon alumni, it is the two that you have to focus on. It is Shador and Travis Hunter.
Why is Darian Hagan? There are two guys that are in the College Football Hall of Fame that have not had their numbers hung up. And Alfred, is it Canavis McGee? You have the College Football Hall of Fame has said these guys are so great. They're some of the greatest in the history of sport. We gotta give them a shot, a bust in Atlanta.
In Atlanta, yeah.
Right? But their own schools have said, no. Joe Romick and Whizzer White are good enough, and Bobby Anderson are good enough, but Alfred's not, and Darian's not, and Canavis is not, and Eric Bieniemy's not.
Keep going.
Like all these guys won the one national championship, you guys haven't put them in.
But the names just keep going, too, because we don't have to talk about the national championship. You can go with 2001, Daniel Graham, Chris Brown. You can pretty much just go with the whole running back core of that time, too, and you just say, where are those names at, right? So this is what Colorado has. Chad Brown, for example, who definitely deserves to be honored. We've all been at Folsom Field before, so we know on the right side of Folsom Field, once you walk into the stadium, there are all these names. Those are the names of players who have been on the All-American list. So if you made All-American, your name gets on the list. So that's why you have those guys over there. That's the way that I thought it would be for like a Shador, for example. His name would be on the list on the right side. On the left side are the numbers that have been retired. Now, the numbers that have been retired actually were unretired, put back in so that guys could be able to wear those uniforms. It happened about a decade or so ago, right? So the issue is, and that's what a lot of guys are saying is, well, you just kind of skipped the line. Travis and Shador skipped the line with all these other guys.
Well, hold on, though.
Right. I was going to continue on
But
with
I
that.
want to cut you off before you make a sane point.
Right.
So I want to jump in so I can continue arguing. So my point is, they jumped the line because the school there was no line. It wasn't like, well, we can't get them all in. They're like, we're not putting anybody in. Like, it's a joke. This is on the school. This is on the athletic directors. This is on the previous coaches. In that article, they're talking about Bill McCartney, the father of CU football, didn't get his statue until last year when they knew his fact right before he died, and they knew that unfortunately his diagnosis had taken over. That is absurd. Why does Rashawn Salam have to wait? He won a Heisman Trophy, and didn't he? Was it posthumous?
No,
until he's dead.
Until he's dead. Until
Why
he
do these
died.
guys have to wait till they're dead to get their recognition? That's not on Coach Prime. Coach Prime said, "You hired an alpha. I'm an alpha." And I'm going to get my guys in now because you guys won't do the right thing.
Yeah, it's like
absurd.
on one side, you have it where, okay, you have to say, okay, we're going to honor these guys, but then way too early, right? With Travis and Shador, honor them way, way, way too early. With retirement of their jerseys. On the other side, there are guys who's like, you have to wait till they die until you do so. Like, that's ridiculous. So, no, I would say if there are jerseys that deserve to be numbers that deserve to be retired, I would say Darren Hagen for sure. But I mean, I love the number 3. I do, but his number is one that deserves to be retired. Alfred Williams is another one who was
no-brainer,
absolutely
dominant,
no-brainer.
who deserves to be retired. I would even say Daniel Graham, bad boy as a tight end. I mean, the best tight end in program history, deserves to be retired too. Then you got to go on defense. You have other players. I wouldn't say Mason Crosby, even though Crosby was the most amazing kicker I've ever seen in my life. It sounded like a bomb every time he hit the ball. Literally, I remember the first practice that I had as a freshman.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. What would a kicker have to do more than Mason Crosby did?
He could hit one from 70.
That's what I'm saying.
No joke. Like legitimately, he could hit one from 70.
And maybe if you don't think at all that a kicker's number should be retired.
he just shouldn't be.
Okay.
I mean, you don't retire the kicker's number,
well,
but you do. Eric
was
Bieniemy.
nice.
Well, what do you mean? Don't you guys moan at me?
Hates the kickers.
You guys don't retire any numbers.
1/3 of the game, Dan. 1/3 of the game.
What
Special
year
teams.
did Wizard White play? What year did Joe Romick play? Those are the only guys, and Bobby Anderson. Those are the only guys left to your own accord that you retired.
I would say the only guys who it would definitely be on offense, definitely be those guys: Alfred Williams, Darren Hagen,
Chad Brown, Matt Russell.
So many great
Philip
names.
Lindsay.
But that's part of Philip Lindsay. I love my guy, but brother, I'll retire you in a video game.
Feels like you don't love him after
I
that.
love Phil. I'm sitting in this chair right now. Phil, I'm here for you, brother. I mean, my number could have been retired. Play one game, but it's okay. I'm just saying. But I think the University of Colorado does need to come back, and this is a university-wide issue. Now it's Fernando Lovo, the new athletic director at CU. They have to figure out a way how to go back, connect with the old alumni, and to make sure that they do them right, do them justice. Not just saying we're going to honor you on the right side of the stadium. We're going to honor you with retired jerseys too. And I would say if you're going to retire a jersey, because you can't retire every number, but at least say these players here, if it's 2 or 3, they represent an era that you have. This is the Bill McCartney era. We're going to retire these jerseys because of that. I would say Salinussi is another guy that we should at least, if you don't retire the number, you put his name somewhere on Folsom
you could just
Field.
put names up.
Right.
You don't have to retire
because,
numbers.
as we all know, and we've been around this area for a while, the Buffs are not the Buffs without the contributions of Salinussi. If he does not come to see you, you do not have the Buffs the way that they were.
Yeah, but
Straight
again, you what about Bill McCartney? He just finally. I mean, dude, it's just,
his statue is like off in a corner. It's like,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
put it right front and center.
I don't even think they
Far
made
be
an
it from-
announcement too
yeah.
About it. They were just like, "Oh yeah, we built the statue.
it
We're
wasn't
going to
open to
keep
the
it
public?
hidden."
No, it was open to players who played for him.
Yeah,
Well, which is very special that they got to be there, but I'm sure there's a lot of fans that would have liked to show their appreciation.
Amen.
You know what, guys? Justin and I mean, you think Dan's upset about the numbers being retired. We're going to talk a little bit later about another issue going on that a report has come out. Oh, my goodness. Wait till you hear about that. And we've got, I know, Dante. See, I'm telling you, you gotta hang with us.
You got me at the edge of my seat. I'll be listening all the way home.
Over the next 4 hours. And of course, we will be talking Nuggets. And great show, guys.
Well,
great show.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely happy 4th to you both. Who won the draft, by the way? What was the top dog?
Well, Dan went a little rogue, so we ended up
Yeah, I
not
heard
fully
part of it.
drafting.
Okay, well,
so there was no consensus. I thought we were going to go in a circle and pick one by one. Dan just laid
There
his
was no
whole
draft.
4 options
Yeah, I
right
didn't.
off the bat.
I didn't understand. Now the surprising thing was there was a lot of guys that just texted in beer.
Beer. Yeah,
Beer number one. Beer for dessert. Beer for everything. Like, oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, beer was a big hit in the group, or
Yeah,
not in the group chat, in the text line.
I know Joe. Joe might have gotten an early start on that.
All right, so brats. Brats legitimate. Like brats are.
Yeah, Dan was giving me crap
they're
about
after-
liking
Like
bratwurst.
brats are like they're nice if they're around. Like they're not a hey man, I can do anything I want. I want to have a brat. I mean, come on.
You're dogging a
That's
man
me.
for wanting a brat? Come on
Brats
now,
are
Jacobs.
great.
Come
No,
on
no,
now.
no.
Yeah, I needed
no
you
guy
guys
on
here
death
earlier.
row has ever said, "What do you want for your last meal?" Can I get a brat?
Yeah, they never said
No.
Maybe someone did
No, they
say
say can I
burger.
have an Italian sausage.
They
That's what
they have
say.
they have said though. I heard I want some